Wait. She said she was asked to be a witness here for Ali Hawson. Listener said she doesn't need her. For Hawson? Yeah, Hawson. Is Hawson here? The interpreter? I know the interpreter was here. So is Ali Hawson here? It looks like she's in a breakout room with an interpreter. I'm assuming the interpreter is here via Zoom. Yes. Yeah. Oh, okay. Mr. Hardy, who are you representing?
Mr. Houston.
Who?
Ricky Houston.
Ms. Straub is on all the 815s.
That's my understanding.
Is Henry Griffin here?
Yes, you're right. Yes.
City of Lansing versus Henry Griffin, 25-01731. Appearance, please.
Elizabeth Perfolini on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Assistant Public Defender Justin Straub on behalf of Mr. Henry Griffin Jr., who is here in person today to my right.
Okay, looks like he also has 25-02622, 25L2961971 and 73. I have the 815 files that's scheduled for a plea.
That's correct. That chart, did you want to tell me?
Sure. Your Honor, the defendant will be pleading guilty to an amending charge of failure to report instead of the failed to stop ID after property damage accident. The DWLS will be amended to a no ops, and you'll be pleading guilty charged on that one, as well as the drove unlicensed. And then the 2 civil infractions with expired plate and no proof of insurance will be dismissed.
My note from February said the defendant pled guilty to count 1, and I guess was count 2 supposed to be dismissed.
I don't believe he pled to.
That must have been the offer at the time.
I do believe that was the offer at the time, Your Honor. It has been.
You have a plea sheet?
I sure do.
You have an advice of rights?
I sure do, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. You got a plea to the driving unlicensed?
It will be amended to a no ops.
Plea on driving unlicensed.
So the way I understood to be definitely to be on me, is that it was amended to a failure to report, and then
I'm talking about the driving unlicensed.
yes, and then it was amended to 2 no ops. That was my understanding.
Yes, that's right.
And then fail to stop an ID to fail to report, and then driving while licensed is suspended to no ops. Plead
on drive unlicensed, which is also the note I have in the drive unlicensed. So why does it says plead on drive unlicensed? That was the offer, but you're telling me something different.
Your Honor, I believe it's the same statutory.
No, he's pleading to original charge on 25-02522 is what this tells me.
Well, the DWLS was amended.
I didn't ask anything about a DWLS. Driving unlicensed, 25-02522. Do you know that that's the original charge on that file?
I thought it was supposed to be amended to a no option.
That's not what you put here.
And that's
Plead,
my, that's
plead
my,
on drove unlicensed.
that's my mistake, Your Honor. Happy to change it.
That's also the offer they extended the last court date. What's the offer on? That's part of the issue. You wrote this?
I wrote it, Your Honor.
Yeah, well, then it's not your, it's hers. What's the offer on the 25-02522?
That one, I apologize. My understanding was that the drove unlicensed is the same statutory charge as a no ops. And no ops is just a shorthand for it. I'm looking it up now to see if I missed it.
But you wrote for him to plead to the original charge. You didn't write for him to plead to a no ops. You said plead on driving unlicensed. What you put?
And I apologize, Your Honor. I'll fix it right now.
Okay. So in 25-02522, his intention with, or the offer was supposed to be what?
So it is going to be an amended fail to report and then 2 no ops.
I'm only talking about 25-02522. You keep telling me about another file.
Yes, that'll be a no ops. Your Honor.
Driving unlicensed, he's pleading to the original charge. The driving unlicensed and no ops is the same thing. He's pleading to the original charge. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's why I keep asking. And you all act like you're amending it. It was not amended. 25-02522. He's pleading to the original charge. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's your understanding.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm not the one that's missing, because that's what you put here too. That's also my note that's here. Is that your understanding that you're pleading to the original charge in 25-02522?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in 25-01731, that has a failure to stop after property damage accident. It says the city's moving to amend that to failure to stop an ID. And then the driving while license is suspended is also amended to a no ops, correct?
Yes, and failure to report and no ops, Your Honor.
And you signed an advice of rights here. You understand the rights that are here?
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
You can put your hand down. Okay, in order to plead guilty to these charges, you have to understand that you have the right to the presumption of innocence. You're innocent until proven guilty. You can maintain your innocence and have a trial on these matters. At the time of trial, you have the right to see, hear, or question any witness called to testify against you, the right to subpoena witnesses that will testify on your behalf, the right to remain silent and not have silence be used against you, or you can waive silence and testify at your trial. You understand those rights?
Yes.
You're willing to give those rights up?
Yes.
Anyone threatening you to do that?
No.
Any promises to get you to waive your right to plead guilty?
No.
Pleading guilty to these charges because you believe you're guilty of them.
Yes.
As to 25-02622, driving unlicensed, how do you plead? As to 25-01731, the count one of the amended count one, that is failure to stop an ID, how do you plead?
Yes.
And then to the amended DWS to no ops, how do you plead?
Yes.
Factual basis, please.
Mr. Griffin, on March 15th of 2025, on or about 4:50 PM, did you hit someone at 727 East Miller Road?
Yes.
Was that in the city of Lansing, county of Ingham, and state of Michigan?
Yes.
When you hit that person, did it cause property damage? Specifically, did it damage his cell phones? Did you also damage a pole attached to the structure of a restaurant known as Ocean Crab?
Yes.
Did you then leave the scene of the accident without notifying anyone, including the owner of the property and the police?
Yes.
And on the date in question, were you driving while your license was suspended? Or excuse me, what? Were you driving without a license?
Yes.
Do you think that satisfies the factual basis you want to give to the city?
No, Your Honor.
Court says that the factual basis, I'll accept your plea, if find your plea to be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made. Does he have a valid operator's license at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, he does.
He just didn't have one at that time.
That's
On the failure to stop an ID, your fine is $350. On the no ops, on that same file, your fine is $200. And then your fine is $200 on the other file. Are you paying that today?
No.
Why not?
I will pay it until next week.
You're gonna pay it next week?
Can I make payments on it?
Did your attorney tell you that fines are due at the time of sentencing? So why didn't you come prepared to pay? These have been pending for almost 2 years. You paying next week?
100.
And when are you gonna make your next payment?
2 weeks after that.
Of $100?
Yes.
I'm going here that you make a payment of $100 every 2 weeks until paid in full, beginning next week. You know how to make a payment, correct?
Yes.
Any additional matters for the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Oh, nothing from the pen, thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set, thank you. City of Lansing versus Aaron Skates, 25-01554, appearance, please.
Elizabeth Ramon on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And Mr. Skates is present today. You understand today is the date scheduled for jury trial, correct? Excuse me?
No.
You requested a jury trial. Are you no longer requesting a jury trial?
Well, I didn't know it's for today.
It is for today. Okay. Do you have any questions at this time?
No, I just wish to remain silent and just challenge the courts and the jurisdiction.
Okay, sounds good. Do you know that if you were visiting London and you committed a crime, they have jurisdiction over you just as well as this court has jurisdiction over you for the alleged crime, correct?
For the election crime.
Correct. Okay. And you still elect to represent yourself today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We're gonna put you down back at the jail until the time that the jury appears, and then we'll proceed with jury selection, okay? Thank you. City of Lansing versus Ollie Hawson, 25-02715.
Elizabeth Brooklyn on behalf of City Link.
Assistant Public Defender Jeffrey Sherrill on behalf of Mr. Hawson.
What do you all think is gonna happen when someone walks through that door? Okay, today is the date scheduled for a final pretrial. We do have an interpreter present via Zoom, is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm to interpret in the matter before the court completely and accurately and not divulge confidential communication.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. This was a final pretrial. I think there was a witness that appeared as well. Proceeding.
Your Honor, an offer has been extended to the defendant of an amended field report.
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ဟိုဘက်ကတရားလဲလာတက်တင်မြင့်မြင်လာတလားမလားကျွန်မတို့ကြည့်လိုက်အောင်မယ်
Mr. Hawson will be accepting this offer. Your Honor.
Mr. Hassa ကရအခုဒီနေ့ပြောပြတဲ့အတိုင်းပေါ့နော်သူလိုက်နာပါမယ်လိုက်လုပ်မယ် Yes
Can you raise your right hand?
လက်
Do
ထောင်ပါ
you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
ဟုတ်ကဲ့အခုဒီနေ့ပြောမယ့်အရာတွေအကုန်လုံးပေါ့နော်မကန်နေလိမ့်လဲချင်းမရှိပါဘူးဟုတ်တယ်မို့လားတဲ့
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်
Yes
Thank you. And you've gone over his rights with them?
That's where John, I do not have an advice of right.
Thank you.
ဒီသူရှင်းပြထားလာတယ်ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်မရှင်းပြထားပါတယ်
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ဟုတ်ပါတယ်
So how can you understand that you're presumed innocent until proven guilty?
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပေါ့နော်ဒီကိစ္စကိုနေဘယ်လိုထင်လဲနားလည်ရလားတဲ့ကျူးလွန်တယ်လို့ဟုတ်ခံပါသလားတဲ့
နားလည်ပါတယ်
Yes I understand
And you want to give up that right to be innocent so that you can plead guilty to the amended charge?
ဒီမှုကိုပေါ့နော်ကျူးလွန်နေဆိုပြီးတော့နေတဲ့ဟိုတယောက်ကလာပြီးတော့နေပေါ့နော်တက်တီလို့ဖို့အတွက်ရှိသလားတဲ့
ချီတော့ဘူးလေကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒါရှင်းနေတယ်လေသူလာပြီလားလို့မသိဘူး
I no more I'm not sure the other person is show up or not I don't know
I believe that she was here via Zoom.
ကျွန်မတင်တဲ့သူခုဟို online zoom မှာရှိတယ်နဲ့တူတယ်တဲ့
The other person appeared via Zoom. You understand that?
ဟိုတယောက်က online zoom မှာတဲ့
ဟုတ်ပါဟုတ်ပါဟုတ်ပါ
Okay understand I see
Okay, back to my question. You understand that you would give up your right to the presumption of innocence to plead
That's a lot.
guilty?
ဒါဆိုရှင်ဒီနေ့နားလည်လာတဲ့ဒီမှုကိုပေါ့နော်ကျူးလွန်နေပြောနေဟိုပေါ့နော်အပြည့်အစည်ဒီနေ့လုပ်မယ်ဟုတ်ပါသလား
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ဟုတ်ပါတယ်
Yes
Okay, and that means that you would give up your right to have a trial on this matter.
ဒါဆိုလို့ကျွန်တော်ဒီမှုကိုမတိုက်တော့ဘူးဟိုရှေ့ဆက်မသွားတော့ဘူး trial ဟုတ်တယ်မလား
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ဟုတ်ပါတယ်
Yes
Is that what you want to do, or do you want to maintain your innocence and have a trial?
ဒါဆိုလို့ရှင်ဒီအခုဒီတိုင်းပဲဆက်လုပ်မလားဒါမှမဟုတ်ပေါ့နော်ဟိုညင်းပယ်ပြီးတော့နေဒီမှုကိုဆက်တိုက်ချင်လားတဲ့
မလို့ကျွန်တော်ဒီတိုင်းပဲ
No I don't want to go try
Okay, so that means you're gonna give up your right to question or cross-examine any witnesses that were called to testify against you.
ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ပေါ့နော်နေ့မှာရှိတဲ့အခွင့်အရေးပေါ့နော်ဟိုအခြားမြင့်မြင့်တက်တဲ့ခေါ်လာပြီးနေဒီမှုကိုဆက်တိုက်မယ်ဟိုဒီကသူကြီးတို့အခြားလူတွေကိုလည်းစောက်ကြည့်ခိုင်းမယ်ဒီအမှုကိုရှေ့ဆက်မတိုက်တော့ဘူးဟုတ်တယ်မလား
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်
Yes
You would also, thank you, you would also give up any right that you have to call witnesses to testify on your behalf.
ဒါဆိုရင်မိကိုစားအခြားတက်တဲ့မြင့်မြင့်တွေကိုလည်းတရားမှမခေါ်လာတော့ဘူးဟုတ်တယ်မလား
အေးဒီပါ
Yes I will bring nobody
Excuse me?
The answer is yes I will bring nobody for witness
That wasn't my question. I said that he would have to give that right up. Is that what he wants to do? Or does he want to have witnesses? Because I don't think he's understanding what we're saying.
ဒီခွင့်ရေးကိုပေါ့နော်အပြည့်တက်လုပ်ပြီးတော့ねပေါ့နော်ဟိုကျွလို့နေလို့ဟုတ်ခံမယ်အခြားတက်တဲ့မြင့်မြင့်တွေကိုမခေါ်လာတော့ဘူးဟုတ်တယ်မလား
အေး
Yes
Okay, and so anyone threatening you to get you to plead guilty to the charge?
တရားကတင့်ကိုဘောနော်အတင်းဟိုဟောစာဘောလောက်ခိုင်းနေပြောခိုင်းနေကျူးလွန်နေတရားကခိုင်းစီတာရှိပါသလား
ရှိပါတယ်လေခွင့်ကြအဲ့ဒါကြောင်ရမယ်လို့ပြောပါတယ်
ဗာလဲ sorry I don't understand the question တရားကတင့်ကိုဟိုခိုင်းစီတာရှိသလားဘောအတင်းလောက်ယူတာပတ်စံပေးတာတော့အဲ့လိုမျိုးတွေရှိလားမရှိဘူးလား
ဒီမှာအဲ့ဒါရှင်လို့ဆိုရင်ခွင့်ကြပြရမှာပေါ့ခွင့်ကြပြမယ်တဲ့ဘာမှပြောတယ်
The answer is that I would just want to finish this case and then pay for it and finish with it.
What do you gotta answer my question?
ငါမေကိုမပြန်ဖြေချပေးပါဘောနော်ဒီအမှုကိုဘယ်လိုမျိုးဟိုဟောစာဘောနော်ဒီကျွန်းလို့တယ်လို့ဝန်ခံသလားတဲ့ Yes.
Is it anyone threatening you to plead guilty?
တရားကတင့်ကိုအတင်းခိုင်းယူတာရှိသလားပေါ့တိကိုယ်တိုင်ဆုံးဖြတ်ချက်ပဲလား
မလို့ဆုံးဘူး
No one forced me.
Okay, this is a failure to stop an ID.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you want to plead guilty to failure to stop an ID because you believe you are guilty of failure to stop an ID.
It's gonna.
ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဒီအမှုကိုကျွန်းလို့တယ်လို့ဝန်ခံမယ်ဘယ်သူမှအတင်းလို့ယူခိုင်းတာမဟုတ်ဘူးအပြည့်အစည်းလုပ်လိုက်မယ်ဒီနေ့ဟုတ်တယ်မလား Yes.
As to failure to report, how do you plead?
ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဒီတရားရောက်ရှေ့မှာသင်ဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြောချင်တယ်လဲတိအမှုကိုကျွန်းလို့လားမကျွန်းလို့ဘူးလား
ဆုံးလို့ပါလေ
You want me to repeat again ဒီအမှုကိုဘယ်လိုမျိုးဝန်ခံချင်တယ်လဲကျွန်းလို့လားမကျွန်းလို့ဘူးလားမှားလားမမှားဘူးလား
အဲ့ဒါဆိုတော့မှားတော့ပေါ့
Yes I'm wrong
You pleading guilty?
ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ကျွန်းလို့တယ်လို့ဝန်ခံတယ်ဟုတ်လား
ဟုတ်တယ်
Yes
Factual basis.
That's a comment.
On July 24th of 2024 at 3:08 p.m.
Okay ဘောနော်ဇူလိုင်24ရက်2024တဲ့3နာရီ10မိနစ်အဲ့ဒီအချိန်မှာတဲ့
Were you at 5025 South Cedar Street
နင်ကတဲ့ဟိုမိစဘောနော်ဟိုဒီငါတော်ညာနေငါဆောင်းစီတဲ့ street အဲ့ဒီမှာရှိသလားတဲ့
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်
Yes
in the city of Lansing, county of Ingham, and state of Michigan?
သူခေါ်ပေးတဲ့အဲ့ဒီပြည်နယ်နဲ့ Michigan နဲ့အဲ့ဒီရွာနာမည်မှာအဲ့ဒီမှာနေရှိသလားဟုတ်တယ်မလား
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ရှိပါတယ်
Yes I'm
And
there
at that location, did you hit the vehicle of Tahira Ahmed outside of a subway?
သူပြောတဲ့အဲ့ဒီနေရာမှာပေါ့နော်ဟိုရှိမဟမ်းမဲအဲ့ဒီလူရဲ့ကားကိုတဲ့ဒီ subway ပေါ့နော်ဆိုင်အရှိနာမှာနေတိုက်သလားမတိုက်ဘူးလား
အဲ့ဒါကျွန်တော်နောက်မှထိုးတာရှင်မှာသူပဲလာခိုင်းတယ်ဘာမှမင်းပွဲနောက်မှသူဆွေးပြီးမှသူလာရမယ်ကျွန်တော်ကားကနောက်မှယူရရှင်မှာသူပဲလာခိုင်းတယ်နည်းနည်းပဲ press လုပ်ရတာအများကြီးမဟုတ်ဘူးနည်းနည်းပဲသူတိုက်တယ်ကျွန်တော်သူပြီးမှ break ခိုင်းတယ်
The answer is that I was back up and parking there, and that car just come to hit me a little bit. Yes, the other car come to hit me.
Okay, he was backing up into a parking spot and the other car hit him?
That's a lot in Gabon who has not so like the Eddie Gaga new la taidala.
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကားနောက်ဆိုးမဟုတ်ဘူး parking မှာကျွန်တော်ဆွဲတာရှင်မှာသူရတဲ့ဟာဒီဘက်မှာမင်းပွဲလို့ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်နောက်မှာပဲဂျိုလီနဲ့စီတန်နဲ့ဖုန်းနာမှာရတဲ့ဆောင်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော် insurance မှာတွားတယ်ကျွန်တော် parking လောက်တာရှင်မှာသူပဲဟိုကအမြန်လာပြီးမှာပဲကျွန်တော် crash တော့ကျွန်တော်တူတာရှင်မှာလို့ကျွန်တော် system break ခိုင်းလို့ဆိုရင်ကားမော်လို့ကြမြေကြီးတိုက်
Okay. Yes, I was parking and I was taking my time to parking and then back up, and then the other car just come in the back and they hit me.
Okay, and then what happened next?
ပြီးတော့နဲ့ဘာဖြစ်သေးလဲ
အဲ့ဘာမှမပြေဘူးသူလို့ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်ကပြောရနေလို့ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်ကားကိုတိုက်တယ်ကျွန်တော်ပြောတယ်နည်းနည်းတိုက်တယ်ဘာမှမပြေဘူးလို့ဆိုရင်အဲ့ဒါရှင်နာလို့ဆိုရင်တိုက်မှချိုးတော့ကျွန်တော်အဲ့ပြောပြီးမှမရှင်နာဘူးလေဒီစွားလေ
Whenever he asked me what's wrong, and I just said that, oh, just a little bit, no worry. But he or she does not like that answer, and then that person called the police.
Okay, was it a he or a she?
ဒါဆိုရှင်မိန်းကလေးလားယောက်ျားလေးလား
သူမင်းကလေးပဲသူပဲခွာတယ်
It's a girl. She is the one who called police.
Okay, did you stay to wait for the police to come?
ဒါဆိုရှင်နေကပလိတ်လာတဲ့အထိစောင့်နေလား
ကျွန်တော်မသိတော့ဘူးသူ police ခွာလာမတော်လားသူပဲသူ police ခွာမလို့ဘာမှမပြောဘူးလို့ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တွဲပြီလေအဲ့ဒါခါထိုင်တယ်ကမဟုတ်ပါအယုံပဲတွဲတယ်လေအဲ့ဒါကျွန်တော်မအလုပ်သွားကြရှိလို့ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်အလုပ်မအများလို့ပြီးအလုပ်သွားတယ်လေ
She did told me that she will call police, but I'm not sure that police will come or not. But I have to leave. I have to go to work. That's why I just leave.
Okay, any other factual basis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. The court is satisfied with the factual basis, I'll accept your plea.
ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ကျွန်မလက်ခံနေပေါ့နော်အခုဟိုဒီဟိုတောင်းပြောရတဲ့အရာတွေကိုပြည့်စည်လုပ်မယ်
See, I find your plea to be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made.
ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အခုပေါ့နော်ဒီကိစ္စကိုသင်ကိုယ်တိုင်ပဲဖြေကြားပြီးတော့ねပေါ့နော်အဖြေကိုတဲ့ဟိုဟုတ်တာပေါ့ဒီအတည်ပြုလိုက်ပါပြီတဲ့
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်
Your sentence is $200.
ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်နေရပေါ့နော်ဟိုတန်ငွေကို200ပေးရပါမယ်
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်
Are you paying today?
နေဘယ်လိုပေးမလဲ
Very
အဲ
good.
ကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့ပြင်မယ်အခုပြင်မယ်
I will pay today.
Thank you. We'll get you to the traffic window right now.
ဒါဆိုကောင်းပြီတဲ့ဟိုပြန်လို့ရပြီတဲ့ခဏနေကြရင်
Any additional matters for the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
အဲ့ဒါ
Nothing further,
နောက်
Your
ဘာ
Honor.
မှ
Thank you.
ကိစ္စမရှိတော့ဘူးဘောအဲ့ဒါ dismiss လုပ်ပြီးရတဲ့ဟာကျွန်တော်မှတော့
So am I done today? Can I leave now?
After you pay the money, you're done.
ဟုတ်
Let's say baby သွားလို့ရပြီ
You understood
ဟုတ်
that?
ပါတယ် thank you so much for that
Have a good day.
Have a good one.
Thank you for using our service, Judge. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
City of Lansing versus Hayden Lockhart, 25-02673. Appearance, please.
Elizabeth Bartholomew on behalf of the City of Lansing. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sean McDermott on behalf of Mr. Lockhart, who is standing to my right.
Okay, Mr. Lockhart is scheduled for a plea today. This was originally charged as a reckless driving.
That's correct.
What is he pleading to?
Your Honor, the city will be offering an amendment to a careless civil infraction. However, the defendant has to first complete 10 hours of community service as well as a 6 hour or so defensive driving or similar course.
It's already set for trial. Now all of a sudden, we're negotiating a plea that will push this out. This is today's date set for trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
That was today.
Just ask for a brief adjournment, maybe a week or two for him to do the community service and the driving class.
So if he does the class, she needs to notify so we can amend it, and then he's got to pay the day of the accepting of responsibility. I'm not bill collector. I don't chase people down
The
anymore.
fine on the careless today. Okay.
No, he'll pay it after it's amended. It's not amended at this point. Today was the day
Oh.
set for trial. What's supposed to happen if he doesn't do it by this next date?
If he doesn't do it, we'll go to trial, Your Honor.
No, today was the date set for trial.
They'll do it, Judge.
That was why it was set for trial. We don't set trial dates out so that we can force the city to now give an offer. That was supposed to happen before then. This matter's been pending since September
Yes, Your Honor, and I know
with
that.
no offer.
I know that previously there had been issues with when Mr. Director came on getting discovery sent to him, and so it had been set out longer for that. So you
Correct.
had time to review it, and then I believe at the last hearing, we did not have an opportunity to speak beforehand.
Correct.
And so it was set for jury trial.
It says no offer in my notes at the last trial. Was there an offer extended to you at the last court date in February?
No, there wasn't at that point.
Give me a plea date for the next available date.
April 6th at 9.
April 6th at 9.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Okay, if it's completed, all we need is an email sent to my staff. We can amend the file and he can make payment on that date, okay?
Very good. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Edward McBride here. Does he have an attorney? No attorney? No. It's Edward McBride. Do you have an attorney? Okay. City of Lansing versus Edward McBride, 25-03597. It looks like he declined a attorney at the time of his arraignment. This was supposed to be set out so that the city could see if there was restitution being sought.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with the manager of the apartment building that was hit. They have a quoted $1,279 that their maintenance supervisor had put together. Whether or not Ms. McBride would like to make that restitution payment, I'm unsure.
I'm sorry, they've quoted what, 1,000?
$1,279 for materials to fix the damage.
Okay, and what was the alleged damage to?
He had driven into the side of one of the apartment buildings. It caused damage not only to the outside wall, but also to the inside. There's an AC unit and some shelving that I know were impacted as well as the.
Okay, and they have a receipt for the alleged damage?
I requested that they clear it, and I know that the witness had just spoken to Mr. Food. I believe they're out.
They can provide me, they can provide me the evidence of the damage. And there's no offer, it's supposed to be to charge and pay restitution, is that the understanding?
It was going to be an offer failed to report if he paid restitution.
And to fail to report.
And I requested they bring paperwork.
Did you review the restitution, sir? Did you review what they provided for restitution?
Yeah, they gave it to me. Email.
Or they emailed it to you?
Yeah, Coach.
Yes, thank you.
Kind of their internal incident report plus photos.
What is the restitution? Okay, so this is a house or something.
Apartment complex.
Apartment complex. This was this someone's unit?
Yes, the
Okay.
tenant is here as well, Your Honor.
Okay. Where's this is just the damage. I'm looking for the evidence of the restitution, how it was calculated.
You have a representative here. I don't.
The estimate is on the incident report on page 2.
Who submitted this estimate? Where did it come from?
The maintenance supervisor trying to
The maintenance supervisor
for the apartment
for
complex.
the apartment complex estimated an estimate of $1,279, and that was for repairs to the home or the structure, and what else?
I think for the structure as well as the AC. Yep. And the bookshelf that was, or shelves that
I was gonna say there was no damage to property owned by whoever was living in there. No,
It was just a shelving that I had like.
okay, so there was no restitution for that, just to repair the siding, wall, it's like, or,
Yes, sir.
got it, okay. And you have no objection to the restitution amount, is that correct? Okay. And you want to plead guilty to the amended charge of failure to report? You just need a pink, red restitution sheet. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? Okay, you understand that you had the right first to be represented by an attorney today. You understand that, right? Is that a yes? And you're gonna waive that right to represent yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, you also have the right in this matter to proceed to trial. You have the right to jury trial, and you can maintain your innocence and require the prosecutor, which is the city attorney's office, to prove your guilt by proving each element of each of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that? You have the right to question any witness they call to testify against you, the right to call your own witnesses or present evidence that you believe show a defense to the charge being brought against you, and the right to remain silent and not have it used against you. You're willing to give up all of those rights? What is happening in my background here? You really did give up all of those rights?
Yes.
Anyone threatening you to do that?
No,
Any promises are being extended to you for you to do that? For you to give up your rights?
Yeah.
Who's promising you something?
no.
Oh, okay. Okay, and are you pleading guilty to the amended charge of failure to report? Because you believe you're guilty of that.
Yes.
Okay. As to the failure to report, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And you agreed to pay the $1,279 in restitution, correct?
Yes.
On or about November 26, 2025, at approximately 7:55 p.m. Were you operating a motor vehicle at or near 3606 West Miller Road at or near Coach Light Commons?
Yes.
Is that in the city of Lansing, Ingham County? Is that in the city of Lansing in Ingham County?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have some kind of motor vehicle accident?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
But only at the building.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's my question. Did you
Yeah.
have an accident?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what happened.
I had my, there's a little boy, he was on my lap. Just trying to teach him how to drive. The mistake that I did was told him to step on the gas to go back. He stepped on it, but he stepped on it hard, and
You
it
went to
started
the,
going, and I couldn't stop, and I couldn't move his feet out the way to stop, and make the stop, and that's when I made a stop in the building.
okay, so it caused damage to the building?
Yes.
And did you report the damage?
No, not at that moment.
Okay. Okay. Any additional factual?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Board is satisfied with the factual basis. I'll accept your plea and find your plea to be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made. Now, your fine is $200 plus restitution of $1,279. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when are you gonna make payment?
Thursday,
Payment in full or partial payment?
partial.
How much?
150,
When are you gonna make your payment?
Thursday.
After that, your next payment?
Oh, I'm gonna say it again.
When are you gonna pay after that? It's what's supposed to be my question.
Oh, they cannot pay it like
Are you gonna pay monthly, weekly?
Monthly,
Of how much?
150.
Okay, Thursday's date is the 26th. So you're gonna make a payment of 150 by the 26th. You can make it at the criminal traffic window or online using your case number. You have a
You don't have to
question?
do that online, because I stay in the ski.
That's fine. You can go right on the court website, use your case number 25-03597. Yes, the case number for this file. You still have paperwork with this case number on it?
So right here, put your name on it,
The case number should be at the top in the corner.
21250359.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what you would use to make a payment online, okay? Okay, so you do that, I have it here that you're gonna make a payment of 150 by Thursday and that you'll pay 150 monthly by the 26th of each month. If you need an extension, it's your responsibility to contact the court to get an extension. If you do not make your payments and did not get an extension, you are subject to getting a bench warrant. And you don't want to get a bench warrant for a payment plan, okay? Do you have any questions?
You did tell me to come back. Hey,
I did?
Yeah.
For what,
you told me to come here March 23rd, 8:15.
Is that a jury trial?
April 20th, 8:15.
that probably was a jury trial date that I gave you, because today was the final pre-trial. Yeah, you don't need to come back on April 20th because you just resolved it.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, you're all set. Thank you.
Yeah.
City of Lansing versus Catherine Ramos Martinez, 25-02509.
All right, if I may approach.
Yes, thank you. That's for that.
Somebody left the phone.
Is Catherine Ramos Martinez here? Okay. Just trying to get her. Appearance, please.
Elizabeth Perkmoni on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Jessica Straub on behalf of Ms. Catherine Ramos Martinez, who's standing to my right.
Okay, let's see. Ms. Ramos Martinez has a failure to stop at the property damage accident. That was set for final pre-trial today. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, one of my witnesses has appeared via Zoom today, however, the other has not. The city will be making motions of dismiss.
Did one of your witnesses appear via Zoom?
One of my witnesses appeared, but the other witness has not appeared.
Which witness appeared via Zoom?
It was
Two?
This has been the first time.
I put somebody in the waiting room. There's people in the waiting room. That's why I'm asking.
It would have been Miss Tiffany Hasbany. I attempted to speak with her, but she was on Zoom. She had an operating vehicle at the time.
Tiffany,
She would be the witness in this matter, not the complaining.
okay, the complaining witness didn't appear?
not as far as I'm aware.
What's the complaining witness?
Edgar Rivera Perez.
I don't see anybody by that name online, so people are moving to dismiss. It's dismissed, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith was dismissed. Mr. Smith here? It says this matter is dismissed.
Yes, this matter is being dismissed.
Dismissed. Yeah, it says on the citation.
I have a question.
You mute her, please. Okay. The City of Lansing versus Tyrone Washington, 25-02696 and 25L2956092.
Elizabeth Burke Maloney on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ma'am, you need to identify yourself and then you can, on your phone, so that we can read your name, and then you can type your question in the chat feature. Okay, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, there was a previous offer in this matter of an amendment to fail the report, and the city will be making a motion to dismiss the civil infraction. I believe that is being taken.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Phil, you already told me he wasn't guilty.
I do accept responsibility, Your Honor, for not properly advising my client as to how to take the plea. He would like to try again if his court is amenable to that.
Well, you don't have to advise your client to tell the truth. He told me under the penalty of perjury that he wasn't guilty. That's not a failure to properly advise. How was that a failure to properly? You misunderstood that your rights prior to? Were you lying to me when you told me that you weren't guilty?
No.
He said he misunderstood.
No, I just asked a very serious question. Were you lying to me when you told me that you were not guilty of the crime? He told me no, he wasn't lying. So then he's not guilty. So he can't take the plea. That's how we got here. Is the witness here?
My officer? Yes, she.
It's more failure to stop after property damage accident.
Yes, your officer here is available.
And the owner of the property.
Yeah, there's got to be a complaining witness.
It was only Officer Farrager that I was going to have testify, Your Honor.
Interesting, we just had the
itself.
same situation and the complaining witness failed to appear, so you dismissed it. You just dismissed the failure to stop after property damage accident because the
For
complaining witness.
restitution purposes. Yes, Your Honor.
Well, not for restitution, she didn't plead to anything.
Oh, sorry, you're talking about Miss Ramos. right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misunderstood. I was thinking of one of
Yeah.
the other ones.
But on that, so you needed a complaining witness on that one, but you don't need a complaining witness on this.
Well, the accident itself was what prompted LP to be to his abandoned vehicle late at night. Whereas Miss Martinez, it was a call by the owner of the vehicle and his friend who also was one of the.
So the officer in this case saw the accident, is what you're saying?
There was a CAD call and they were dispatched to go find out what struck the.
Which would be hearsay to tell me why they did what they did. But it's not, yeah, if they were dispatched to an accident, that's not them seeing the accident, correct?
Yes.
So then you would need to have another witness. You don't need to have them today because obviously we can't have a trial today. But you would need to have the other witness to do a trial. The officer can't testify that he saw an accident. I can't take a plea. He's already told me that he's not guilty.
Well, in light of this new development, Your Honor, we would move to dismiss.
What new development?
The fact that there is not a complaining witness present.
Was the complaining witness ever subpoenaed?
And the court is not amenable to the plea today.
We knew this in February. He tried to plead, the plea failed. That's my note. Because defendant said he wasn't guilty. I just asked him, was he lying to me when he said that? He said no.
Well, Your Honor, you also asked him if he misunderstood. He did say he misunderstood. You just said it.
Misunderstood what? Whether or not he was lying?
No.
Mo, I don't care about none of that. I want to know if he was lying when he told me. There's a reason why I asked what I asked. It's not my goal to try to ask you questions to get you to enter a plea. It's my goal to find out if you think you're guilty or not. And if so, then give me a factual basis. I don't care that you didn't advise him on how to get a plea in if he's not guilty. If he believes he's not guilty of the crime, I cannot accept a plea. It's unlawful for me to accept a plea if you tell me that you're not guilty. If you are not guilty, your rights still are for you to maintain your innocence and make them bring evidence to try to show otherwise. You don't have to plead guilty to get something over with. And I don't accept pleas for that purpose. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why I asked you very clearly, were you lying to me after I swore you in to tell me the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? When I asked you very clearly, are you pleading guilty because you believe you were guilty? Your response was, you were not guilty. I asked you again today, were you lying when you said that? You said, no, you weren't. So I don't see where the confusion is. He doesn't believe he's guilty. So I can't accept an offer for him to plead to that charge. Now, if you want to come up with a civil infraction, he doesn't have to plead guilty for a civil infraction. He just got to accept responsibility. If you want me to accept a plea to a criminal matter, he has to be able to believe and say that he is guilty. He's already told me twice that he's not. And so now there is no work around that, because at some point now he's lying. He either lied then or he lied now. You see where we are now.
I do understand.
So I can reset this for another plea. I can set this for a trial, but if it's set for a plea, understanding that I cannot take a plea to this because he's already told me he's not guilty of this. You understand that?
Could I ask a clarifying question? I do believe last time around he was attempting to plead to failure to identify, and today he would be attempting to plead to failure to report. Is that distinction?
He was pleading to the original charge last time?
That is correct, Your Honor. At least that is my understanding. I could be wrong.
Yes, it was. The original offer was dismissed no insurance plea to fail to stop this charge.
And today he's going to plead to fail to report.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you believe you're guilty of that? Okay, we can do that. Take your hands out of pocket. You solemnly swear or affirm. I got to make sure you don't have your fingers crossed. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury. Okay, okay. You understand your rights, correct? Okay, and you're willing to give up those rights today so that you can enter a guilty plea to the amended charge of failure to report an accident?
Yes, ma'am.
No one's threatening you to do that, are they?
No.
Any promises if you plead guilty to the amended charge?
No.
And you believe you're guilty of the amended charge? Yes, okay. And so on or about August 24th, 2025 at approximately 5:10 a.m. Were you operating a motor vehicle at or near East Kavanaugh and South Aurelius?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in Lansing, Ingham County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you get into a property damage accident of some sort?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you report it? Okay. Any other questions?
No further questions. City satisfied.
The court is also satisfied with the factual basis. I'll accept your plea and find your plea to be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made. Your fine is $200. Are you paying that today?
Paid Friday.
You're gonna pay it in full by Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
You can pay it in person at the criminal traffic window or on the court website using your case number, okay? Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Any additional matters for the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you.
You're all set. Is Henry Griffin here?
We
We already
did
did
get
that.
Griffin, Your Honor.
Oh, I just did that one. Okay. That's why he had an early morning one. City of Lansing versus Calvin Harris Jr., 250-2975-531-32 and 33.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Wood on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Thank you.
You're Mr. Calvin Harris Jr.,
Yes, ma'am.
and you don't have an attorney representing you, correct?
No.
We reset this because he said that the car was totaled. He was going to provide evidence of that. This was reset in January because the defendant advised that the car was totaled, and he was going to provide evidence of that.
Yes, Your Honor. he has, well, actually provided other evidence as well.
We do have a resolution, Your Honor, if I can build court with it. It was through, Mr. Harris did provide the city with, his plate was proper at the time of the incident, so the city is going to move to dismiss the improper plate. And in light of that, it is my understanding that Mr. Harris is going to accept responsibility to the no insurance, and the city will be further dismissing the violation of basic suit. So it would be the file ending in 5533 that would be accepting responsibility for, and the remainder would be.
His plate was proper?
There was, yes, evidence was sent to us that indicated that, so I don't know if there was what the city attorney.
Got it, okay. That was being dismissed. There's a basic speeding accident. He's accepting responsibility too?
The basic speed is also going to be dismissed, Your Honor. It would be just the no proof that. So.
That's correct, Jeff. The fine is $150. What are you paying that?
2 weeks. I'm down there to the window.
You can pay it at the
Number.
window, or you can pay it online using your case number. This one is 25L2975533, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You have any questions at this time?
No, I don't.
Any additional matters? Counselor?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
You're all set, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
City of Lansing versus Ricky Lee Houston, 25-03451, 25L2974182 and 83. Appearances, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Wood on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Assistant Public Defender Joseph Bergen, I have Mr. Houston. I just need one moment to confer with that.
Seated. How are we proceeding?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. After discussion with counsel, it is my understanding that the defendant will plea on the DWLS file ending in 3451, and the remaining infractions will be dismissed.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You want to plead guilty to the driving while license is suspended? Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yeah,
Is that a yes?
yes.
Okay. You understand that you have the right to proceed to a jury trial? Okay, I'll move on. He's got other things going on. He's not interested.
I said no.
I'm trying to conduct a plea.
I said
You
please.
looking off to the side, rolling your eyes and playing with your beard is not acceptable. Okay, I have a courtroom full of people. I can move on to someone who's ready to go and interested. You understand?
I believe we are ready to proceed. Your Honor.
Do you understand your right to the presumption of innocence, sir?
Yes.
You have the right to proceed to jury trial and maintain that innocence and have the city prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Do you want to waive that right today?
Yes.
Anyone promising you anything to get you to waive that right?
No.
Any threats to get you to waive that right?
No.
You understand that that means that you will waive your right to cross-examine or question any witness that they were going to call to testify against you, the right to subpoena witnesses that will testify on your behalf, the right to remain silent, not have it used against you, or the right to take the stand if you like and present your own evidence and testimony. You understand that?
Sure.
As to the driving while license is suspended, how do you plead? Factual basis.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Houston, November 10th, 2025, were you driving a vehicle near the intersection of Aurelius Road and Kavanaugh Road? Okay, and was this within the city of Lansing, within the county of Lincoln, state of Michigan? Okay, and at this point, you made police contact, correct? Okay, and this police contact was in response to an accident?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, and at this time, you admitted to the police officers that you were driving this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and at the time, you admitted to not having a valid license?
Yes.
And this was true?
Yes.
And you were pleading guilty because you believe that you're guilty?
It's not that his license is not valid, it's suspended.
Or suspended? Your Honor.
Okay, it's currently suspended still?
Yes, Your Honor. Mine showing that it's still actually revoked.
Yeah, that was my
Okay,
understanding.
any additional factual basis?
No, I believe that satisfies with the correction from the.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
I'll accept your plea, find your plea to be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made. Your fine is $350. Are you paying that today?
Okay. Payments, please.
You can. When are you gonna make a payment? Of how much? Beginning when?
Huh?
Beginning when?
April
What day?
1st.
I don't know if you'll make a payment April 1st of $100. You'll pay $100 per month until paid in full. You can pay at the criminal traffic window, or you can use your case number to pay online. The other matters are dismissed per the agreement. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
You're all set, sir.
Okay.
City of Lansing versus Brandon Rage, 25-03497.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Wood on behalf of the city.
Assistant Public Defender Justin Straub on behalf of Mr. Brandon Rich, who is standing to my right.
Okay, Mr. Rich has a driving while license suspended pre-trial. Today, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess I'll make a brief inquiry of the court. I know that this DWLS also had a civil infraction that was attached to it. Is it possible the court can confirm that that's in default status or if it's still?
I'm inclined to believe it is because it failed to appear, it looks like in February.
Yes, we kind of had a conditional offer based on that, but
How much was it?
It's 165.
165 is owed on that.
So at this time, I mean, the offer from the city would be to plea to the DWLS as charged. It's a default. I don't, it's my understanding that I can't alter that at this time. So,
Is that true, Your Honor? Could we not alter that this time?
It's beyond the time to set it aside. You're supposed to request to set it aside already if you wanted to do that. That didn't happen. And it looks like he has a show cause set for it tomorrow to find out what he's gonna pay.
Um,
I'm gonna pay that today, so let's take care of it for tomorrow.
Excellent. Okay, we would still like to proceed, Your Honor. With the
The plea to the original charge.
yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. You understand your rights, which is the presumption of innocence and maintaining innocence, proceeding to trial, having the city prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You also have the right to see, hear, or question any witness called to testify against you, the right to call your own witnesses, or your right to take the stand if you do not maintain your silence at trial. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Anyone threatening you to plead guilty to driving while license is suspended? Any promises if you plead guilty to the charge? And are you pleading guilty because you believe you were guilty? As to driving while license is suspended, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Factual basis, counsel.
Mr. Ridge, on November 17th of 2025, and at the time of 1:51 p.m., were you located at North Grand River Avenue and Seagull?
Yes, I will.
And at that location, were you pulled over by a police officer?
Yes, I will.
And at that time, were you driving?
Yes, I will.
And were you driving on a suspended license?
Yes, I will.
Did that happen in the city of Lansing,
Yes, it
the
did.
county of Eagle,
Yes, it did.
state of Michigan?
Yes, it did.
Do you think that satisfies?
Any questions from the city?
nothing to say.
The court is satisfied. I'll accept your plea if I find your plea to be truly voluntarily and intelligently made. Let's see here. Your fine is $300. When can you pay that?
Possibly pay it, have it done within the next 2 weeks.
I'll note that you'll pay the civil infraction you said today, the one that's in default, and then you'll pay this one within 30 days, okay?
Sure.
Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You're all set. Thank you. City of Lansing versus Tyler Tatro, 25-02748. Pierce.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Boone on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Samores here on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Tyler Tatro, who is present also via Zoom video conferencing.
Okay, today was the date scheduled for sentencing. I do have a pre-sentence report that was appeared on the 17th. Council, did you get a copy of it?
We did.
Yes, I received it.
You need anyone needs to make corrections, updates, or deletions?
I don't believe so.
Just one brief update, Your Honor. On the very first page under employment data, technically my client is now unemployed, and really the narrative sort of references that because of this offense, he lost his job as a commercial truck driver.
Okay, you can make your allocution.
Thank you, Your Honor. In short, Your Honor, before the court is a 29-year-old Mr. Tyler Tatro, first ever criminal offense. I think the pre-sentence investigation report does a really good job of, I think, capturing what Mr. Tatro is going through. This event, and it's no fault but his own, has really devastated his life in many ways. As I just indicated, he lost his job. It was a very, very good paying job. But I think also the report talks about how, for example, probation is not being recommended. And I think that's a smart non-recommendation for probation. Mr. Tatro has completed the alcohol highway safety course, as well as a Mothers Against Drunk Drivers Victim Impact Panel. And in addition, and I've known him now for long before he was even charged, he's taken this matter very seriously, has quit drinking, and I think he's in a position to sort of probate himself. He does eventually want to move to Florida. He's perhaps some employment opportunity there. And the only thing I can say, Your Honor, is that if the presumption is against probation, and I think it was wise for the probation department not to recommend probation. I should also add that Mr. Tatro should be in a position to pay all fines and costs today. I estimated it could be upwards of $1,000. I'm not sure. I think $237 and some change is mentioned to the LPD in the second or third page. But either way, he will obviously abide by whatever the court orders, but we respectfully request that he not be sentenced to a term of probation. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Did your client wish to make a statement at all today?
We discussed over the weekend. I'm not sure if Mr. Tatro wants to or not. He was still, Mr. Tatro, do you wish to make a statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Outside of what Mr. Samoris already mentioned, as far as me losing my job and career, my father was also diagnosed with liver cirrhosis since May 9th when I was pulled over. And according to U of M, it's hereditary. So I'm not going to be drinking anyway, whether I get probation or not. That's all, Your Honor.
I reviewed the pre-sentence report. I've also reviewed the prior criminal history where there's no other convictions other than this. Operating while intoxicated, although common, are still serious because just because you have evaded a situation or circumstance, at least in your case, where no one was injured and or harmed, doesn't mean that you didn't put yourself and others at grave risk for that. And so I'm happy to see that you have taken time to reflect on your actions, that you've taken corrective measures, and that you've also done the things that the court would have ordered you to do if placed on probation, which would include completing some alcohol highway safety and the MAD impact panel, which typically we have that happen when people are represented by private counsel. Their counsel advises them, do these things. And so that puts you in a good position so that when I have the opportunity to sentence you, it's the presumption that you will be placed on or given just fines and costs is there. And that is the law. This is your first offense, I believe, of a OWI.
Yes, ma'am.
First, and I say that in hopes that this is the last offense that you'll have of an OWI. And so probation would not be appropriate under these circumstances. I will rely on the presumption of fines and costs, which is $500 plus a $75 crime victim rights fee plus $50 state minimum cost. There's an LPD OWI cost recovery of $231.61 that will also be assessed. So it's a total of $856.67, and you are paying that today, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if you give us about 20 minutes, it should be in the system so that you can make payment online, or you can come up and make payment at the criminal traffic window. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the city.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
City of Lansing versus Emma Reinhardt, 22-00188. Appearance, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Boone on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Yeah, I don't know who her attorney is from. Let's see if you can find your attorney. Joseph Hardy. Okay. In the interim, Tavian Fly is here. Let's see. What does he owe? City of Lansing, you can see right there, man. City of Lansing versus Octavian Fly. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is these matters are scheduled for show cause because you owe money on tickets. Looks like 102 on one, 102 on the other. Is that all? Yes.
Those tickets, I previously paid those tickets when they was at $25. I don't know how it's not on the record. I'm currently in a treatment facility, so I can't obtain the proof that I paid them right now.
Said he paid them when they were $25.
Yeah.
Okay, you mean you paid the meter ticket when it was $25? Did you pay it
Yeah.
electronically?
No, I went down to the place on Grand.
And you have evidence of that, sir?
I'm currently in a treatment facility, so I don't have the ability to obtain those records right now.
Okay, but you do have them, as I'll just reset this for when you're out of treatment.
Okay.
How long are you in treatment, sir?
I think he said like 45 days, so I should be getting out here somewhere around April 13th.
Okay, let's reset this. April 20th at 9:15. I'm gonna reset this for April 20th at 9:15. And then if you can bring us evidence, we can get these matters resolved, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, you're all set.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Where did Mr. Hardy go?
He just stepped down.
No, I called the case. I'm already on the record. I only moved forward with her because he wasn't in here. You don't get to now take her out of here. What's going on? Maybe it's me. It's me.
Happy Monday.
Thank you. Same to you. Let me, because okay, it was at 8:30. So, what's the case was at 8:30? So you don't, there's no way you have to talk to her right now. Yeah. Why is it snow? It's snowing here too. Council appearance.
I don't know how to get up out of here. So I know. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I've already called her case.
Sorry about that. I thought you were-
Council appearance.
This is the public defender Joseph Hardy on behalf of Ms. Reinhardt. Just take one moment to speak with Mr. Food.
This is a joke. This is a joke. Is Britney Staley here? Are we ready on her matter? Does she have an attorney? Who's the attorney? Jessica Straub? Can we get Ms. Straub?
Yeah.
You can go off the record. You can take her and counsel her. City of Lansing versus Britney Staley, 25-03285, 25-03303, 25-03310, appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Assistant Public Defender Jessica Straub on behalf of Ms. Britney Staley, who is standing to my right.
Okay, Ms. Staley has 3 matters. There was a no ops, reckless driving, and failure, false information to police. How are you proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. I know there was an offer made on this that would have been plead on the no ops and the reckless for dismissal on furnishing false, but I would refer to counsel as to if there was acceptance.
This was extended today?
I believe last week.
Okay, so I know that this was adjourned previously for. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've not actually been able to convey that offer to my client. At this time, we would ask for adjournment. She does have an appointment this afternoon with the Secretary of State. And based on whatever she kind of encounters there, it will inform our decision.
What's the offer?
Would have been to dismiss the furnishing false and the other 2 abstract.
So what do you think is gonna happen now? If she does go to Secretary, do you think that that's gonna change the offer?
Well, my hope is that it might relative to the no ops.
Is the city amenable to changing that after this?
If the defendant is able to achieve compliance with a valid license, our standard, offering on licensure of a no ops or an EWS to an impeding after the first setting would be.
Okay, so the offer is to dismiss the furnish with false information today.
Correct.
And she has a appointment with Secretary of State today?
Yes, Your Honor, this afternoon at 10:30.
Oh, what we said.
April 20th at 8:30.
April 20th at 8:30. Any questions today? Ma'am? Any additional matters on these files?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Xavier Kennedy? Here, please.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Kennedy, this is a show cause because you owe $192. When are you going to pay?
I just got a job at Bridgewater when they did the job fair. And it don't orientation is not to the 30th. So I guess after the 30th, whatever 2 weeks is after that.
Start your video, please.
You said turn it on?
That's exactly what I said.
I thought it was on. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, it says you just started a new job.
Yes, at Bridgewater. Orientation is not till March 30th. So whatever the 2 week period is after that.
How much you gonna pay then?
I guess the whole thing, because I don't know why this even, the whole thing.
Okay, I don't know that you'll pay in full within 30 days, okay?
Within 30? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
It's your responsibility to request an extension if you need one. You have to contact the court, okay?
Okay, no problem.
You're all set.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Is Malik Hodo here? No Malik Hodo?
Here, photo.
Arthur Nichols here? No.
Arthur Nichols. Report.
Okay, Jeremy Porter's not here either.
You can answer. Oh, wait.
Is James Hoagland here?
May not be, Your Honor. That is a code case. There is full
Okay.
compliance. We will be dismissing the matter. So it's good. Our code.
Aaron Jenkins?
I'm here.
Start your video, please. The City of Lansing versus Aaron Jenkins, 25-03337.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patrick Wood on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Jump out the window there.
There you go. Sorry. I don't know how to work this.
No
I'm
problem.
here.
Thank you. Who's representing Mr. Jenkins?
So party's computer died.
Said it was Miss Sutter, so I'm assuming. Well, it was Miss Sutter, so who took over her cases? If you don't know who your client, then that means that we're definitely not prepared to go today. Correct.
There was an issue with the reassignment. It was showing. So apologies for that one. However, I've discussed the police report with Mr. Reinhardt.
I'm on the record right now for Mr. Jenkins.
Oh,
Yeah.
So, Mr. Jenkins, you've not spoken to your attorney?
I have not spoken to her since the last court date. I've sent her countless.
She's not. Your matter is switched now to, I believe, Mr. Hardy, who's present in the courtroom. So it's clear.
No,
that
I
you
have
all
not met him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there been an assessment done?
You asking him that?
Did you, well, you would know, sir. Did you do an alcohol or substance abuse assessment?
Not that I know of. I don't know what that is. I don't believe I did.
That was why we reset this. This was before Mr. Hardy took over this case. The city wanted a substance abuse assessment before they would give you an offer. Your attorney didn't tell you that?
My attorney sent me an email because I had asked her what could I do. And then she gave me an email with a whole bunch of places where I had to pay money to see people. And I didn't know that that was a necessity. I thought it was a suggestion. She wasn't very clear with that with me at all.
Okay, what's your phone number?
517-894-3622.
This matter is going to be reset. Mr. Hardy is going to speak to you and not on the court's time.
Thank you.
We can do April 20th. Or you wanna
Yeah.
we can do May 4th at 9:30.
We're setting it for May 4th because our expectation is that you're going to do a assessment if you want an offer. The city will not give you an offer if they don't first get a substance abuse assessment. So it's not a recommendation. It's only a recommendation to the extent that you want to be considered for a reduction in offer. If you don't want a reduction in offer, you don't got to do it. But if you want them to consider that, you do have to do a substance abuse assessment and provide them evidence. Your attorney can advise you if there are any places that can help you as it relates to how much you may have to pay for that assessment. But you can talk to Mr. Hardy off the record, okay?
Okay, I have one more question if that's okay, ma'am.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Is there a way that you could push it out the following week?
Why is that?
My mother's birthday is May 5th, and I was supposed to go on a trip with her, which I would have to talk to you guys about. But yeah, my mother's birthday is that week.
You're requesting permission to travel outside the state? Is that what you're asking?
That's what I was asking, because I thought this would be over by now. But yes, I was going to ask for permission to travel out of state.
Where are you going?
I am going to Florida.
State? To Florida? For what dates?
Yeah, it's going to be the week of May 5th, that whole week, because her birthday's May 5th. So that whole week from Sunday to Sunday.
Okay, if your permission is granted, we can reset this.
May 11th at 9:30.
May 11th at 9:30 is your next court date, okay?
Thank you very much.
No problem. Any other questions, sir?
So I'll talk with my attorney and ask him all the questions that I need.
Absolutely, and his name is Mr. Hardy, if you need to contact him, but I'm sure he'll reach out to you.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back on the record in the matter of the City of Lansing versus Emma Reinhardt. How are we proceeding?
At this point, an offer has been extended by the city for Ms. Reinhardt to plead as charged. And we will be accepting that offer.
We offer for you to please as charged.
But
Our offer was no offer.
Yeah,
yeah, offer,
There was no.
offer.
Agreed. Okay. Do you want to plead guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
You can put your hand down. Before you can plead guilty, I need to know that you understand your rights, and that includes your right to be innocent until proven guilty. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You have the right to maintain innocence and require the city prove your guilt by proving each element of driving while license is suspended beyond a reasonable doubt. Your right to remain silent at any trial, not have silence be used against you. Your right to see, hear, or question any other witnesses that they call to testify against you. Your right to subpoena witnesses to testify on your behalf, and you can remain silent or waive silence and testify at your own trial. You understand those rights?
Yes, I do.
And are you willing to give each of those rights out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anyone promising you anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Any threats if you plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Do you believe you're guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
As to driving while license suspended, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Factual basis.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Reinhardt, on January 17th, 2022, is it true that you were driving a Chevy Impala at the intersection of South King and West Valley Road?
Yes, that's
Okay. And that's within the city of Lansing, within the county of Lincoln,
yes.
within the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And at that point, you were pulled over due to a improper plate.
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, the officer discovered that you were driving on a suspended license.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And it's true that you were driving on a suspended license?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe that you were guilty of this?
Yes.
City.
I believe that satisfies, Your Honor.
Sign your plea today freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made. Your fine is $300. When are you paying that?
I can pay it in full by next Monday. I get paid on Monday.
I'll note that here in the file. Do you have any questions about how to make payment?
Nope, I don't think so.
Thank you. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the city.
No, Your Honor.
You're all set, ma'am. City of Lansing versus Devin Love, 25-3113, appearance, please.
I'm here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Wood on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Assistant Public Defender Joseph Hardy on behalf of Mr. Love.
Okay, so this matter was scheduled for a pre-trial.
Yeah, we would like to schedule for a final pretrial on this. There was some new information given to me by the city regarding possible 911 call. I've not been able to speak with Mr. Love since receiving this information this morning, so we would like to reset, but also I would like a Zoom call with him.
Sure. The plea failed because he told me that he and his friends called 911.
So what, am I allowed to talk?
You're free to talk, but understand anything you say can be used against you.
Okay, so what was said? Did they sign the call or what was?
All I have, sir, is the information that you provided me in January, which was that you and your friends made a 911 call. Now, your attorney is indicating that some information was provided to him about a possible 911 call. I don't know if that's just the same information that I said on the record last time, or if he actually received any information. I'm assuming you've not spoken to him.
No, not, no, Your Honor.
Did you reach out to him?
Contact was attempted last Wednesday, Your Honor.
And do you have an accurate number for him? Is your number ending in 7578, sir?
But I never received a call from anything, and my phone only it acts weird sometimes. Sometimes the calls won't go through unless the numbers are saved. But I had my previous public defender number, and I never got an answer back from her. She
Okay,
never
yeah,
answered.
so the public defenders are assigned to courtrooms, and sometimes they rotate, just like the prosecutor's office. Sometimes they rotate, and so you have a new public defender now, okay?
Okay.
So it's Mr. Hardy.
Okay.
Okay, so you all will be in contact. I'm gonna set this for final pretrial. That will require the witnesses to appear in person. You must also appear in person, okay?
So that means that I have to bring the people that were with me?
No, it requires the city to bring their key witness to trial, to the final pretrial. You do not need
Okay.
to bring any witnesses to the final pretrial, you just need to bring yourself. Now, if this
Okay.
matter goes to a jury trial or a bench trial, then you would bring your witnesses, okay?
Okay, so why, one last question. Would, what had, like, is there any information with what's going on with the case at all, period? Like, because I know that the
Like, what
insurance,
information do you mean?
like, information on what happened. Did anybody, I still haven't heard what happened with the guy, if there was
Now,
information if he,
you would have to talk to your attorney in private about that. I wouldn't have any of that information, sir.
okay, all right.
Let me get you a final pretrial date.
April 6th at 8:15.
April 6th at 8:15 in person at the court.
Trial May 4th.
You said
Jury
April
trial,
6th.
May 4th.
And you said, what was the time on April 6th?
8:15.
And what was the other one?
May 5th, also at 8:15. I'm sorry, May 4th, that is, at 8:15.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Oh, no, I would just like a Zoom call just so I can confirm some contact information with them. But other than that, nothing else.
You say you need to do what?
I would like a Zoom call, a Zoom breakout room with them.
Do you have any more defendants waiting in here today?
Yeah, I actually have Tiffany Terry.
Yeah, then there will be no Zoom.
Understood.
What's your phone number, sir?
Me, 517-347-578.
The same one we have in the file. We also have his email in the file, so that means
It said 347.
348-7578. You're all set, sir. Thank you.
All right, have a good day. Thank you.
Same to you. You said you have Tiffany Terry?
Yes.
Now, this is file number 24L2909851. Appearance, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Quinn on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Just before the defender, Joseph Hart, on behalf of Ms. Terry, was making her way to the podium.
Okay, this matter was reset so that the defendant could provide evidence of a valid registration.
That did occur, Your Honor, and the city is going to move to amend this down to an impeding traffic.
That is defense's understanding as well.
Your fine is $135. Are you paying that today?
Friday.
Friday? This Friday?
Yes.
You know how to make payment?
I'm gonna come up here.
Okay. You're all set. Okay, thank you. Who? What time is this? Okay. Who represents Deshauna Ebright? Is Latricia Taylor here?
Yes.
Okay, Tricia Taylor is here. Who represents Tricia Taylor? They need to stop sending stuff with Watson's name on it. They need to file their own name on the doc so it can go on the docket. That way we all know who represents who.
Says straw for Taylor. And then
Zachary Goodall here? Yes. Who represents Zachary Woodall? Can you go get Ms. Straub, please?
Woodall was a setter.
On the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Latricia Taylor, 25-03349, appearance. Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Wade on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Assistant Public Defender Justice Charles on behalf of Ms. Taylor, who is here abusing, I believe.
Okay, this matter was reset so that the city could review body camera evidence. How are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. I know we had an offer extended to the defendant. It was reduced down to failure to report, and we're also still we've been in contact with the complaining witness about some restitution we haven't received. So they are producing that document. I don't have it with me today, but we have been in kind of frequent contact with them. But there is an offer of failure to report. No.
Failure to report?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your client considering accepting that offer?
Yes, Your Honor. If she would like more time to consider, we would proceed to final pre-trial.
And then there's a possibility of restitution?
Yes, Your Honor. It's fine.
I'm still trying to understand this restitution. Failure to stop and property damage accident when we have no fault insurance. I don't get it, but okay.
You looking for an opinion as to why there is?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why are we ordering restitution on car accidents?
That's a good question, Your Honor. I do believe, while I understand that there is a avenue through civil, it's my understanding that under Crime Victims' Rights Act that they can recover through criminal matters.
Not for a no fault insurance claim.
Well, then, Your Honor, I guess I would stand in reliance that there's a requested adjournment. For consideration of the offer.
We can do that. We still started for final pretrial. I just don't understand why we have been setting or ordering restitution. I can understand the other situation because that was, he drove it into a home. But when we're talking about a property damage accident, and there's a threshold too in no fault that you must meet. You don't get to avoid that threshold for no fault to get recovery or restitution just because someone may or may not have called 911. So that it's nothing to do with failure to stop after a property damage accident. So that practice has got to stop, at least in this court. If other judges want to do that, that's fine.
I will relay that information and provide that to her.
And that's only if it's property damage.
I understand.
On a vehicle.
Yes,
because,
vehicle to vehicle.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
there's something else that
That's
would
different.
that would fall outside, I do understand.
Okay, I'll give you a final pretrial date.
Okay, Your Honor, I would also request a one-time exception for out-of-state travel for.
Let me do this first.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
April 6th at 8:15.
April 6th at 8:15 in person for final pretrial, okay? Ms. Taylor, are you still there?
I hear you, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, I hear you.
Okay. Let's see. And so you're asking for travel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. So, Atlanta,
week
it's
of
3
spring
days.
break.
What is that week?
The 29th through the 4th.
To where?
She is going to Atlanta, Your Honor, with her children.
This 29th of this month, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Permission is granted, although I don't know if that was a condition with this particular bond. Let's see.
But we figured we would just be.
It always gets tricky when they arraign these types because they don't put this to tell me what they, if there was no out-of-state travel. So I don't see it on the pretrial release order. We typically will mark it on this and note that we told them. So I don't know if that was even a condition, but we'll operate as if it was and note that she's approved for travel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any additional matters?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set for today, ma'am. Ms.
I
Taylor's
can
all
leave
set.
my room.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
Have a good
Thank
day.
you. You too. Are you representing Ms. Ebright?
Yes, Your Honor.
City of Lansing versus Deshauna Ebright, 25L29739771 and 72 appearances.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Wood on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Assistant Public Defender, Mr. Strong on behalf of Ms. Ebright, who is here remotely, I believe.
She is present via Zoom, and we have a no insurance and a driving unregistered, and you all were seeking to resolve this.
Yes, Your Honor. Through counsel, the defendant has provided the city with both valid registration and insurance, and the city would move to amend both matters to an impeding traffic. Defer to counsel as to acceptance. Valid registration and insurance. First setting gets dismissals. Second setting is good.
Okay, I will have to review that offer with my client, Your Honor. We could have time and proceed to final plea.
Final plea for what?
To
Because
consider-
I'm not gonna have witnesses come for this.
No.
Oh,
surely
okay.
not.
There's 2 civil infractions, impeding traffic. They're 135 apiece. Did you want to accept that or no?
Yes, I can accept that.
Okay. When are you gonna be able to pay?
I'm currently on a payment plan already for another one, so I can keep paying the $100 a month. I just paid one on the 19th, so next month on the 19th is when I plan on paying again.
I'll note that in the file, and then you'll continue on that payment plan. You're all set, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. City of Lansing versus Zachary Woodall, 25-03345, 25L29722702.
Mr. Hardy was trying to talk in the break room, but couldn't get Mr. John Fraser.
Mr. Woodall, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Because you shot lines before you get to court. That's why he wouldn't join. Where's Mr. Hardy? Because I'm on the record. We have a jury trial. Do you think I have time for attorneys to talk to clients? Right now, I don't. Here to the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Wood on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Assistant Public Defender Joseph Hardy on behalf of Mr. Wall.
Mr. Woodall was scheduled today for pre-trial. There's a disobeyed traffic device, the reckless driving. There was previously no offer back in January. Is there an offer today?
Still standing firm as a no offer due to the nature of the crime committed here, Your Honor.
Is he pleading guilty or no?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify some things with him. That's why I was in the Zoom room. I just wanted to speak with him. That's why I was in the Zoom room. So I don't want to answer.
Have you spoken to Mr. Woodall ever?
No. Again, contact was attempted last Wednesday at the same time.
Mr. Woodall, what's your number?
517.
Sorry?
505 517 505 2739.
Did you get a call from your attorney?
I haven't missed no call.
That's not the number that we.
That's the number the court has. Okay, well, your attorney's gonna call you off the record because there's still no offer.
Alrighty.
Okay, so he's gotta go over some things with you. I don't know what those things are for you to decide how you're gonna proceed. I don't have time for attorneys to counsel their clients in the middle of my docket. And I have a jury that's here. So this matter has to be reset.
Alrighty.
You do May 4th at 9:30.
May 4th at 9:30.
May 4th at 9:30.
That's correct.
All right, thank you,
Your new attorney's name is Mr. Hardy, okay?
Mr. Hardy. All righty, thank you.
You're all set.
Have a good day.
You too.
Briefly on that, was that set for just a standard pretrial or final?
Just a statement. Is Ronnie Carter here? No, Ronnie Carter? Someone didn't bring that. Or wait a minute, let's see who that is. Ronnie Carter's got 3 kids. This is representing Marcus Reese. Does he have an attorney? I don't think so. Marcus Reese.
It was
Reese.
Sutter, my lawyer.
Oh, great. That's you? We don't have any appearance like this.
I don't even see him here.
It's a Marcus Felipe Reese on at 10 o'clock. Seatbelt violation. I don't see why I don't think they assign an attorney for.
We do not have a Marcus really in our system.
Yeah, so I don't think they assign attorneys for civil infractions like seatbelt violation. No Ronnie Carter. Okay, they're just trying to eat right. I think Ms. Shaw was talking to somebody else. Is Michael Postma here? No. Who's on the Samsung device? Unmute yourself and tell me your name, please. Who?
Might be Derek Worthy. I do believe it is Derek Worthy.
Well, he's got to unmute himself.
Yeah, Derek Worthy. Hello?
Yes, give me just a minute. This is an expired plate for Charles. Daniel Torres, were you all set with the interpreter matter?
Your Honor, Mr. Hollis handling that for me.
Oh, okay, I think you just logged in.
It's
Okay.
gonna take a little bit more time.
Deshaun E. Bright's all set, bench warrant Ronnie Carter. Michael Posma, not here.
Last I knew, he was in county jail, Your Honor.
I don't know what he's in there for.
He is in there for 2 counts of assault and battery.
Says Oceana.
Oceana County. Where? I don't know who he written him for alcohol. I don't know that that's in the interest of justice. How long is he in there for? It costs more to bring him down from Oceana County. And we're never getting any money from that. Let me amend his bond. Okay, because he's got a PR, so he get a good time.
Appreciate that, Your Honor.
Oh, it says scheduled release April 21st.
We'll reset this after April 21st, when he'll be released. I think that's far. I could be wrong.
It says Hart. Who's Hart? H.A. Arson, Michigan.
Yep, it's over here. It's probably snowing over there right now.
May 4th at 10:30.
May 4th, at what time?
10:30.
At 10:30, and I've amended this bond to 110%. If you can get that in the system, so then gotta post the bond. Okay, and Mr. Reese has an explanation hearing for seatbelt violation. For some reason, we've got Mr. Zaney here.
What's up?
On a Monday.
It's a great, glorious Monday.
He's gonna wait a little bit, Your Honor. He's scheduled at 11.
You gonna testify or?
Your Honor, I don't think we have time for that.
Wow,
We got a jury here. We have a jury here.
Oh, you do have a jury?
You're interested in being standby counsel?
Listen, I got an oil change over on the
Standby
south
counsel.
side, and I ain't got no gas.
This is perfect.
But I will too famous, though. I think we
You
can
ain't
do
never
something.
lied. Okay, let's see here. Your matter is a OWI. Are we resolving or resetting?
I was trying to resolve, but I think we're gonna have to reset.
Okay, well, we'll give you time to deal with that. He also's got to talk to Mr. Reese because I think he's got a seatbelt violation.
Yes, Your Honor, and I was just reviewing that. It looked like there was also a no-ops that was related to it that the city had dismissed probably, which appears to be maybe in late January.
Oh, and let's reset to take class to earn
Yeah,
dismissal.
so it looks like there was kind of a resolution.
Got it. Did you take the class, Mr. Reese?
Yeah, yes, I did, but I failed it.
No, did they say you had to pass the class? My note said he had to take the class.
Your Honor, I would move to amend the seatbelt to, I guess, let me ask you, do you have a note in there as what, after taking the class, it would be amended?
Dismissal.
It says dismissal?
Yeah, because the seatbelt violation,
Is that
it's
what
like
you're-
$65.
Then the city's gonna move to dismiss, Your Honor.
Okay, it's dismissed. You're all set.
All right, thank you.
You're all.
Oh, the Lord is working his magic in the courtroom today.
I'm about to scream.
No, I didn't. There is not a wrong.
Worthy, who's representing Mr. Worthy? We got a pretty robust, like a serious.
The city docket.
This docket is crazy.
They send me one more email.
Who?
Did
Did you see our docket?
That's what I told you. We're still, Your Honor, we're gonna get a new date on Mr. DeYoung. For the negotiations, to get some mitigation back over to that. Do we need to go on the record? I'll grab my phone.
For who?
DeYoung. It's 11
No.
o'clock.
We have somebody else. Amy is on here.
Send it to me, I mean, I get it. Elizabeth Clark only.
Yeah.
May 11th. Does May 11th at 9:30 work?
It does. I have a nice tan. Traveling in the month of April.
Oh, it must be nice.
I'm gonna work it out. I'm just doing it for, my teeth look whiter when I'm tan. You're all set, Judge?
We are all
All
set.
right,
Did you
thank
want a notice to appear?
Can they mail me one or?
We can.
That'd be wonderful. Abby, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Man, my brother, take care of the scene. Have a wonderful Monday. Enjoy trial.
Let's see, we did Reese. That was the, okay. Richard Alonso, present?
Yes, I'm just sharing some paperwork with the city right now.
Okay, Angelique Tejerina here? No Tejerina? That's unfortunate. Okay. Well, there's a lot of failure to stop at the property damage accidents. What is going
Today was
on?
like the day for that, right?
Like, what in
is
the world?
We could go on.
Okay, I'm bench warrant Tejerina. Is Philip Townsend here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does he have an attorney?
Just checking.
It's another
No,
failure to stop at
request
the
was
property
denied.
damage accident.
Request was denied, Your Honor.
This is like sweeping the nations, huh? This and dog licenses. He was denied a public defender. Sir, you know that you were denied a public defender?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you have a couple of options. You can appeal the denial and provide more evidence of your financial situation, and see if they grant you a public defender, or you can hire a private attorney to represent you, or you can represent yourself. Okay. Okay, so we'll get you with one of the public defenders in just a moment to see what you need to do to appeal it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me get your new day.
Do May 4th at 10:30.
May 4th at 10:30, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have a seat, and then one of them will speak with you in just a moment. Were we all set? What are we doing with the Boston matter? Boston McBride?
Your Honor, we are pleading.
I'm sorry?
We are moving forward with the plea, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're preparing for that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you time.
Yeah, we're ready to proceed on Alonzo.
Richard Alonso, 25-03573, appearance, please.
Your Honor, Patrick Boot on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Just a public defender, Joseph Hardy, on behalf of Mr.
Okay, this was a no plate violation. How are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, through counsel, I have been provided with valid tags for the vehicle in question. City would be moving to reduce that to an impeding, and my understanding that being accepted out for.
Yep, that is defense's understanding as well. We will be accepting.
Fine is $135. When are you paying?
So pay next month.
No, you'll pay within 30 days. You know how to make payment? You go right to this window that you're gonna pass on your way out. You would make payment there. Or you can go on the court website and use your case number. That's the 25-03573, okay?
Can I get a copy of the case number so I can look it up online?
You don't have your paperwork, your court paperwork?
No, I didn't. I had to actually look up my case online because I didn't see anything for the map.
This is a lot, so 25-03573. You got it for him? Thank you. You're all set.
Thank you, appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. Philip Townsend was the one that we just reset. Tracy Young here. Well, Tracy Young. It's unfortunate. I don't know what this note says. Something was trying to detain me. Police was trying to detain me. They PR her?
Yeah.
They probably was PR because that was in January. Why did we not see that? How do you get an alcohol in public? And you had so many benchmarks that they gave you a 10% bond and then they don't get it set for the end of March. Based on our time. Our city docket. It has to be, it's not really be added because they'll give no PR. And now we have to do it all over again. Lakeisha Caruso? No? Code compliance matter? This is the state of Henry and Marina Robinson. I don't see Mr. Robinson. Isn't there son that appeared before? Your code compliance officer is here, I believe, though.
Yes, Ms. Clark just stepped out to talk to him to discuss, what if there was a compliance or where we're at with that.
Talk to code compliance?
Yes.
Oh,
She should
okay.
be signing in as concurrently to just.
Okay, I don't know.
If the court wishes to reset it to move this dock along, I would have no objection.
let's do that.
May 4th at 11.
That's reset to May 4th. Let's see, are these people all in custody, McConnell and Lopez?
I do believe in custody, Your Honor.
And Lopez, are they downstairs or are they supposed to log them in?
The rent.
I would
Oh,
expect.
Rich
them to be
downstairs.
The Red's downstairs, but McConnell was supposed to be logged in. Who represents Lopez?
I do, Your Honor.
Did you speak to them?
No, I was not able to reach her.
Well, he's in custody. What do you mean he's not able to reach him?
RJ?
Yes,
Lopez?
yes.
Oh, I was not.
Okay, let's see, Sueka. Courtney Sueka here?
Yeah.
That's 26-00296.
Patrick, would on behalf of the city of Lansing?
Assistant Public Defender Justice Strabo on behalf of Ms. Layton. Who is approaching defense table?
This is a trespassing. How are we proceeding?
I was just reviewing it. I don't know if there has been an offer extended. I don't believe so at this time. For this first setting. I don't believe we had an offer that was sent on this one. This time we'll be requesting reset of the city for further negotiations.
The reset,
I have no objection.
we would proceed to final pre-trial, Your Honor.
What is the alleged address? To the business? To this-
April 6th at 8:15.
April 6th at 8:15. You must appear in person for that, okay? Jury trial.
May 4th at 8:15.
May 4th at 8:15 for jury trial. You have any questions today, ma'am?
No, Your Honor.
We'll get you a notice to appear in just a moment, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Is Daniel Torres here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. And he has an attorney? Okay, City of Lansing versus Daniel Torres, 26-00175. Appearance, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Booth on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Yes, Bonnie Pravat on behalf of Mr. Torres.
Today, what's the date scheduled for pre-trial? This is for operating with a high blood alcohol content. How are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, with this being the first setting, I think, I don't know if Mount has had contact with Ms. Prevet yet, but if we have, we would be requesting any mitigating documents that they would wish to present for the city to take into consideration prior to making an offer for review.
Okay, Ms. Prevet, did you hear that?
I did. He's requesting any mitigating documents be sent over to him, and I will absolutely do that.
Okay, we're gonna reset that, and so one of those mitigating or common mitigating documents would be a substance abuse assessment. Has your client had one, or do you expect him to have one? I'm asking so that I can know how to reset, how long to reset this.
I believe that's already scheduled. Mr. Torres, what's the date of that?
The 25th of March, the assessment is scheduled.
Okay, thank you.
You do May 11th at 9:30.
Does May 11th at 9:30 work for you, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, we'll reset for that date and time, and then you and the city attorney's office will be in contact prior to that about any offers.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're all set.
Thank you.
No problem. City of Lansing versus Derek Worthy, 26-00213. Appearance, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Booth, Lansing.
Assistant Public Defender Justice Strabo on behalf of Mr. Derek Worthy, who is here remotely via Zoom.
Mr. Worthy was scheduled today for failure to stop after property damage accident. How are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do believe at this time we'd be requesting, the city would be requesting an adjournment. I think there's some outstanding discovery that we need to make sure has been all obtained and submitted, and then some negotiations based on said discovery.
May 4th at 9:30.
May 4th at 9:30 is your new date. Okay, sir?
Yep. Yes, got it.
Do you have any questions for the court today?
No, ma'am.
Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing on this one.
Nothing further on.
Thank you. Let's
Okay.
see. They did not put McConnell on.
I just talked to him, they said he's on max, so they're thinking that put him on the tablet, so we're trying to see some options. I told
What's
him,
he in custody for? As I can reset this.
Just maybe him right here, I can jail tablet.
It might have to get reset regardless. Lopez, what's going on with Lopez? Oh, so you've got to go talk to Lopez. Oh, yeah, no. We can't do court. It's not gonna work.
Yeah,
This is not exactly gonna, I can't conduct court under these circumstances. What is he in custody for? Are you Mr. Dylan McConnell? Did you hear anything? I didn't.
Barely.
I didn't.
I understand.
My ears are holding it.
Barely, but okay. I do think this matter might get a little bit complicated anyway, because he's requesting for me to withdraw from his cases.
So my understanding is he has multiple holds out of 54B for aggravated felonious assault, telephone use for harassment, creating.
Oh, we can reset this. You're all set for today, Mr. McConnell. We'll reset your matters.
May 4th, 9:30.
Can you hear us? We have to reset your matters. All right, you're all set. We'll see you May 4th. Boston Baragi, we're ready?
Do believe so, Your Honor.
This is a City of Lansing versus Boston Baragi, 25L296962, 25-03106. Appearances, please.
Patrick Wood on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Assistant Public Defender Justice Drive on behalf of Mr. Cavalieri, who is standing to my right.
And we have an interpreter.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. You raise your right hand.
Yes, ma'am.
You solemnly swear or affirm to interpret in the matter before the court completely and accurately and not divulge confidential communication.
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can put your hand down.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
This matter is scheduled for a pretrial on driving while license is suspended.
Iki kibazo cyari cyateganyirijwe kumva uyu munsi ku bijyanye no gutwara imodoka uruhushya rwarahagaritswe.
We previously adjourned this so that you can take a driving test.
Ubushize twari twavuze ko hagomba gukorwa gukorera uruhushya rwo gutwara.
How are we proceeding?
Murakomeza mute?
Been deferred to Ms. Strong.
At this time, Your Honor, there is no offer, so Mr. Cavalieri would like to proceed with pleading to the DWLS charge.
This is the interpreter speaking. Could you speak up, ma'am?
Oh, yes. There is no offer currently, so Mr. Cavalieri would like to plead to the driving while license suspended.
Kuri ubu ngubu kugeza ubu nta mahirwe ava ku mushinjacyaha, ariko Kavaburayi we aremera kuburana, ayemera icyaha ko yatwaye imodoka nta ruhushya afite.
Not able to schedule a driving test?
No, Your Honor. He is going to have to go through the administrative process to have his license reinstated.
Ati ese turategereza ko hazajya gukorerwa uruhushya rwo gutwara atoya ntabwo icyo ngicyo kiriho keretse ahubwo kuba rwasubizwa ku murongo ariko nta n'ibyo ashaka kuri ubu.
And is he accepting responsibility to the no proof of insurance?
None aremera gufata inshingano ku kuba yaratwaye nta ruhushya afite, yego arabyemera.
I don't know if he heard your response.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you hear? Interpreter?
No, no. Could you repeat that?
Yes. Yes. My answer is yes.
Yego, yego.
Raise your right hand.
Ndagusaba kuzamura ikiganza cy'iburyo.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm?
Uremera kandi ukavuga kuri uvugisha ukuri.
To tell the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Uraza kuvugisha ukuri gusa nta kindi uri buvuge kitari ukuri kandi utavuga ukuri ukabihanirwa. Yes.
You can put your hand down.
Manura ikiganza.
Okay, you have the right to be considered innocent until proven guilty.
Ufite uburenganzira bwo kubarwa nk'umwere kugeza igihe cyose umushinjacyaha agaragarije ibimenyetso ko wakoze icyaha.
You have the right to have the city take this to trial.
Kandi ufite uburenganzira ko ugomba kujya mu rubanza mu gihe waba ubishaka.
And prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Kandi bakagaragaza ko wakoze icyaha badashidikanya bagaragaza ibimenyetso bifatika.
You have the right to be silent at trial and not have it used against you.
Kandi ufite uburenganzira bwo kubazwa ibibazo ukicecekera kandi uko guceceka kwawe ntikugira ingaruka bikugiraho mu gihe waba ubishaka.
The right to question witnesses called to testify against you.
Iyo ugiye mu rukiko uba ufite uburenganzira bwo kubaza ibibazo abagushinja.
And the right to call your own witnesses to testify on your behalf.
Kandi uba ufite uburenganzira nanone bwo guhamagara abatanga ubuhamya ku ruhande rwawe bagushinjura.
You want to give away all of those rights?
Uremera ko uri buburane wemera icyaha ukaba uretse ubwo burenganzira? Yes, I do.
Anyone threatening you to do that?
Hari umuntu waba wagushyize ku gitutu kugira ngo wemere ibyo ngibyo? No one.
Any promises to get you to plead guilty?
Hari uwaba yagusezeranyije ibihembo runaka kugira ngo uburane wemera icyaha? No.
As to driving while license is suspended, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
None ku cyaha cyo gutwara imodoka nta ruhushya uvuga permi ufite uraburana ute, wemera icyaha cyangwa uhakana icyaha? I plead guilty.
Is that because you believe you're guilty?
Ibyo ubivuze kubera ko wemera ko wakoze icyaha? Yes, I do.
Factual basis.
Mr. Cavapuri.
None Bwana Kavaburayi.
On December 8th of 2025 at 5:59 p.m.
Ku itariki 8 z'ukwezi kwa 9 2025 ku masaha navuze.
Were you? Oh, I'm so sorry. It's actually October 8th of 2025.
October 8th.
Yes.
Thank you. Ndongera nsubiremo itariki nari nayishe ku itariki 8 z'ukwezi kwa 10 2025 ku isaha navuze.
Were you located at Boat Jordan Drive and Bell Chase Boulevard?
Wari ku muhanda mvuze uherwa na Boulevard utwaye imodoka. Ntabwo nkumva, subiramo. Yes, I was.
And were you asked by a police officer to present your driver's license?
None waba warahagaritswe na polisi bakagusaba kubereka perimi yawe yo gutwara? Yes, they did.
And did you fail to do so due to your license being revoked?
None icyo gihe ntabwo wabashe kuyibagaragariza kubera ko yari ifite ikibazo, nibyo? Correct.
And that happened in the city of Lansing, the county of Phoenix, and state of Michigan?
Kandi ibyo byabereye mu mujyi wa Lansing, ikaba ari muri leta umenyereye ya Michigan, nibyo? Correct.
Any questions from the city?
Nothing from the city.
Hari ibibazo mufite? Oya, ntabyo dufite.
I find your plea to be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made.
Ubwo rero twemeye ko uburanye wemera icyaha kandi wabikoze ntawe ugushyize ku gitutu.
Your fine is $300.
Turaza kuguca amande y'amadolari 300.
And then for the no proof of insurance, $150.
Kandi kuba waratwaye nanone ntugaragaze ibimenyetso by'uko imodoka yawe ifite assurance, ni ukuvuga ubwishingizi, nabwo turagusaba amande y'amadolari 150.
Are you paying today?
Urabasha kwishyura uyu munsi? Yes, I will.
You're all set. Thank you.
Turasoje rero, murakoze. Thank you very much.
Melody's all set. You can and you can go talk to your client. I think he's downstairs. He or she, okay? Lopez. And then where are the jury instructions? The jury instructions? Yeah. Put them where? I said in the just right there.
Twasoje.
I need them an email anyways. Just for them to.
John, I can get them over to you just briefly.
I'm sorry?
I can get them over to you just briefly here. In the moment. I want to make sure that. You prefer.
Ms.
a work-
Marcolini, we actually reset that matter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the fourth, I think. Which one is it? May 4th?
May 4th? Oh, okay.
Um,
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, you're all set for today.
Okay.
Do you have the jury instructions?
I think we have them.
Okay. If you need a word copy or anything.
It's in the file.
Just let us know.
Thank you.
I know you're probably trying to leave. I don't know how much of the remainder of the afternoon. Did speak with Mr. Hardy related to the Hawkins matter that's scheduled.
Okay. Now back on the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Aaron Gates. This is 25-01554. Council, can I have your appearance, please?
Elizabeth Circone on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Okay, and then you're Aaron Joseph Skates, correct?
Record, my name was already changed for Aaron Joseph Bay. That's the.
You had a legal name change, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, okay. At the time of this alleged incident, was your name legally changed? Okay.
They had the passport, the IDs and all that.
Okay, so your former name was Aaron Skates, but your legal name now is Bay.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll note that here. Aaron Joseph Skates, formerly Aaron Joseph Skates, okay? Currently Aaron Joseph Bay.
Joseph.
Joseph,
Yep.
okay, Joseph Bay, okay. And when you address the court, you can stand. Okay, and so prior to us bringing up the jury, I do need to address some issues. First and foremost, there was a brief in support of the city's motion. They made a motion in limine, and that was a motion to eliminate certain facts. And so their concern or their request ultimately is for there to be anything that would cause a confusion for a jury to be eliminated. So it says any argument related to the strawman theory or legal trust should be excluded from trial as they have no legal relevance and will cause jury confusion. It says the plaintiff anticipates that the defendant will attempt to present an alternative theory that forming a trust puts him above the law. This argument has no basis in law and is irrelevant under Michigan Court Rule of Evidence 402. It's clear in stating that irrelevant evidence is inadmissible. Forming a trust does not make a person above the law, nor should it. Even if the court deemed the potential evidence to be irrelevant under Michigan Rule of Evidence 403, allows a court to exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of confusing issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, or wasting time. This court is solely responsible for instructing the jury as to what law applies and how it applies, allowing the jury to spew, or the defendant that is to spew unfounded and misinterpreted law will confuse the issue, mislead the jury, cause undue delay, and waste time, all while prejudicing the plaintiff or the people in this case at trial. This is any contract theory or uniform commercial code arguments are also not relevant to criminal matters and should be deemed inappropriate and inadmissible due to the documents that the defendant has provided the plaintiff. There's reason to believe the defendant will attempt to assert legal principles based in contract law or uniform commercial code, neither of which have any application to this criminal trial. Contract law does not apply as there was never a contract between the defendant and the plaintiff, nor any offer to enter into one. Similarly, the uniform commercial code is irrelevant to this matter as it does not involve a commercial transaction or any sort. This is a criminal matter and only criminal law procedures and rules should apply. If the defendant is allowed to make this claim, it will further confuse the jury in this case and cause undue delay. So that is the file and the brief, or the motion in the brief that was filed by the prosecutor in this matter. Again, the city attorney's office. They filed this back in September 18, 2025. I reviewed the file and did not see a response from you.
I filed a, before that, I had a tort claim.
I'm sorry?
I had a tort claim lien against the corporation, against the companies.
What companies?
The city of Lansing and the state of Michigan.
You filed a tort claim against them, and what's the case number for that?
Oh, I don't have the documents.
Okay, that's, if you filed any civil tort action against them, that would be separate from this criminal matter. So what does that have to do with your response to their motion in limine?
The criminal matter, I need to see proof of there being any crime that I committed.
Well, that's why we're here today, is for them to determine whether or not they have proof beyond a reasonable doubt that there was a crime that was committed. Okay, so as to their motion, I find their motion to be well supported and founded in the law, which this is a criminal matter and only the rules of a criminal procedure apply here, and the rules of evidence apply here as it relates to criminal cases. In the court, I am the one responsible for gatekeeping what information is, as it relates to the law, goes to the jury so that we don't cause undue delay. I don't think you want to be here for longer than you need to be, and neither does any of the jury members. It kind of frustrates them when they're here for things that they don't, that longer than they need to be. The other thing is, we need to prevent them from having confusion. I recognize there's been some unorthodox arguments that you have made, both in this case on the record and then also in your filings. You filed a common law copyright notice, a notice of claim against public bond, a private ministerial trust declaration was filed. There was some addendum of commercial lien agreement that was filed, and then some notary documents. And so those things have been placed in the file. I don't know for what purpose they were filed with this court. Again, this is not a civil matter. This is not a matter involving any trust. And so this is a criminal matter. You've made statements on the record about whether or not you believe the court or this entity to have jurisdiction. The court has already been determined to have jurisdiction over this matter, which is why it's being heard in this district court. So those arguments are now mute. We've already addressed those. And so as it relates to any statements of law to a jury regarding the strawman theory or the universal commercial code, the universal commercial code does not apply to this. This is not a transaction that would involve a universal commercial code. So that would be prohibited, as well as any contract law theory. This is not a contract law case. This is strictly a criminal case and strictly strictly a criminal ordinance matter case. So the law that is alleged, or the laws that are alleged to have been violated are both first that you furnished false information to the police, and then also that you obstructed official business. The court is using the criminal jury instruction rule for those alleged crimes. Those are the laws that will be provided to the jury for their consideration. But again, it is the burden squarely upon the prosecutor, which is the city, to prove that you did those things. They must prove them beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that? Yes. Okay, so the court is granting the motion for a motion in limine. When the jury is brought up, we don't typically require for defendants in custody to be cuffed. However, you have a nature in this court that does cause the court some concerns with uncuffing you. I am going to allow you to be uncuffed with you. What is your dominant writing hand? Left hand. We will uncuff you so that you can write and take notes. You have paper and pen for that purpose. We will make sure you have those things so that you can take notes and that you can have your hand available for that. I will not be completely uncuffing you because my complete and utter recollection of not too long ago, you were in the court across the hall and created a disruption and caused some harm, physical harm to some people. So I would need to keep you cuffed for the safety and security of those in this courtroom. We are in very close proximity. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Okay. Do you have any questions at this time? Okay. We'll have you have your seat for now. We're going to bring the jury up, and then we will begin with a jury selection. During jury selection, you will have an opportunity to ask the jury of some questions. However, I have to, again, gatekeep what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. But what you're doing during this selection process is trying to see which jurors you would feel comfortable making a decision about whether or not you're guilty or not. Okay, so you have the right to ask them some questions within reason. Okay, so start to think about that if you haven't already. And we're having them brought up now. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you could turn your attention to the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Judge Kristen Simmons. It is my pleasure and my privilege to welcome you to the 54A District Court here in Ingham County. I know jury duty may be a new experience for some of you. Jury duty is one of the most serious duties that members of a free society are asked to perform. Our system of self-government could not exist without it. The jury is an important part of this court. The right to a jury trial is an ancient tradition and part of our heritage. The law says that both a person who is accused of a crime and the prosecution have a right to a trial, not by one person, but by a jury of 6 impartial persons. Jurors must be as free as humanly possible from bias, prejudice, or sympathy for either side. Each side in a trial is entitled to jurors that keep an open mind until the time comes to decide the case. A trial will begin with jury selection. The purpose of this process is to obtain information about you that will help us choose a fair and impartial jury to hear this case. During jury selection, the lawyers and I and the defendant in this case, because he's representing himself, will ask you questions. This is called voir dire. The questions are meant to find out if you know anything about the case. Also, we need to find out if you have any opinions or personal experiences that might influence you for or against the prosecution, defendant, or any witnesses. One or more of these things could cause you to be excused in this particular case, even though you may otherwise be qualified as a juror. The questions may probe deeply into your attitudes, beliefs, and experiences. They are not meant to be an unreasonable prying into your life. The law requires that we get this information so that an impartial jury can be chosen. If you do not hear or understand a question, you should say so. If you do understand it, you should answer it truthfully and completely. Please do not hesitate to speak freely about anything you believe we should know. During jury selection, you may be excused from serving on a jury in one of 2 ways. First, I may excuse you for cause. That is, I may decide that there is a valid reason why you cannot or should not serve in this case. Or a lawyer from one side or the other may excuse you without giving any reason for doing so. This is called a preemptory challenge. The law gives each side the right to excuse a certain number of jurors in this way. If you are excused, you should not feel bad or take it personally. As I explained before, there simply may be something that causes you to be excused from this particular case. I will now ask you to stand and swear to answer truthfully, fully, and honestly all the questions that you will be asked about your qualifications to serve as a juror in this case. If you have religious beliefs against taking an oath, you may instead affirm that you will answer all the questions truthfully, fully, and honestly. All the jurors, please stand. If you're able to do so, that is. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truthfully and completely answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as jurors in this case? If you do, signify by saying I do. Thank you. You can be seated. Let me now introduce members of my staff. To my right, I have Addie Nash. That is my court recorder and judicial assistant. Over to my left, the gentleman that escorted you up, that's Mr. David Warnsley. He's the court officer. This is a criminal case involving the charges of hinder, obstruct, resist an officer, and furnishing false information, which we will explain more fully later. This charge has been made against a defendant whose name is formally Mr. Aaron Skates. The defendant has elected to represent himself. Mr. Aaron Bay is now his name. Can you please stand and list any witnesses that you anticipate calling? You don't anticipate calling anyone? Okay, thank you. And then the prosecuting attorneys for from the city attorney's office is Ms. Elizabeth Kaufmani and Mr. Patrick Abboud. Counsel, if you can list any witnesses you anticipate calling.
Yes, Your Honor. The city anticipates calling officers Tyrese McClinton and Officer Mark Fox.
Thank you. Does anyone in the jury box or anyone waiting to be chosen to go to the jury box, do you recognize the defendant or know him personally? Okay, does anyone know the lawyers that were just introduced? Anyone know these officers that were just named? This trial should be completed today. If you believe the length of trial will be a real hardship for you, please raise your hand. Some of you may have health problems that would prevent you from serving on a jury. For example, does anyone have a medical problem that makes you unable to sit for 2 or 3 hours at a time, or does anyone have a sight or hearing problem? If you do, please raise your hand. You have an issue? Okay, so you can't sit for long periods of time? Okay, you've not yet made it there, so it's not really an issue yet, but if we get there, then we'll address it, okay? And just for the record, we do not sit for 2 or 3 hours at a time. We do take breaks at the top of the hour or whenever it's feasible based on where they're questioning. Does anybody have a sight problem? It's a small courtroom. Can everyone see us clearly? Raise your hand if you can hear me. Very good. Again, this is a criminal case. The paper used to charge the defendant with a crime is called a complaint. The complaint in this case charges the defendant, Mr. Aaron Skates, as follows. On or about May 22nd, 2025, that the defendant did allegedly commit the act in count 1 of hinder, oppose, obstruct, or resist a Lansing police officer in the performance of law enforcement duties at or near West Edgewood and South Washington Ave, Lansing, Michigan, contrary to the code of Lansing. And that in count 2 did allegedly knowingly furnish a Lansing police officer with false information, that being an incorrect name, at or near the vicinity of West Edgewood, South Washington Ave, Lansing, Michigan, during the officer's investigation of the violation of state or local law or ordinance. And this was contrary to the provisions of the Code of Lansing ordinances. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. You should clearly understand that the complaint I have just read is not evidence. A complaint is read in every criminal trial so that the defendant and the jury can hear the charges. You must not think it is evidence that he is guilty or that he is guilty because he has been charged. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecution must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecution has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that's reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. And so we will now begin with voir dire. You can voir dire the juries.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Or, well, it's almost afternoon now, but just making you show my info. Just for calling, I'm assistant city attorney for the city of Lansing. Truly, thank you for being here. Jury selection is one of the, well, jury service is one of the few things that we ask of citizens of the United States, and it really does help us do our jobs. It helps justice be served. And your role is so very important. I hope you're impressed out of talking about. The word or the term voir dire came from the French to seek the truth. And so when I ask each of you questions, that's what I'm asking you. Seek the truth, answer honestly. If I dive a little bit deeper on any of the questions, I'm not trying to pick on you. I just need to get to the root of the question. So, to my knowledge, there's been no publicity regarding this case. You heard Judge Simmons earlier ask if you're familiar with any of the parties here or either witnesses. But does anyone have any familiarity with this case at all? Have you heard about it? And if you give a verbal yes or no for the recording. The defendant is being charged with crimes of furnishing false information and obstructing official business. If you are selected, Judge Simmons will give you down. Well, she's giving you the elements of the crime. She'll give them to you again later. However, if the defendant being charged with the crime is not proof that the crime is done. Does everyone understand? You can't just assume that he's guilty of the crime because he's been charged. They get a verbal yes? Yes. That's everyone? Yes? So my job today is to take you through my theory. And I have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed each of the crimes he's been charged. That sounds really long, beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'd like to try to explain it in a simpler way, and then I'll follow up with a question. Imagine I'm giving you a puzzle. I'm asking you to put the puzzle pieces together. You can see all the puzzle pieces, you're putting them together, but maybe there's a couple missing. Let's say it's a landscape. You have a couple, like a piece or two missing from the sky, maybe one from like the landscape itself, from the grass or the trees, but you put it together, and for the most part, you can see what the picture is. If I am able to prove my case beyond a reasonable doubt and put a picture or puzzle together for you, and you can see what it's supposed to look like, then I met my burden. However, if there's still a couple puzzle pieces missing, you have to ask yourself, are those missing pieces going to impact the puzzle as a whole, or can you still see it? So maybe you're missing one thing that you'd like to know a little bit more about, and you don't have that piece. Can you still do the puzzle? So my question for you all is, can you hold me to that burden, proving these charges beyond a reasonable doubt? For everyone? For number 2? For number 3? For number 4? For number 5? For number 6? For number 7? Thank you. As to reasonable doubt, you understand that my burden is not to dispel all of that, correct? For number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you. If Judge Simmons gives you the instruction, he's giving you some more of these. Does anyone have any problems with following those instructions as to what law? Raise your hand if you have an issue with that. Raise your hand if you're good with that. Thank you. Has anyone here been pulled over before? Show of hands. All right. Can you tell me more about? Do you remember when you were pulled over? For a little time. Okay. Do you remember what the officer asked you to provide when he pulled you over?
Insurance and registration, and actually looked into what light and let me know and didn't get to me.
Did he ask me? Okay. And you were asked for valid license, registration, insurance. Okay. Seems like isn't everyone that's been pulled over, that sounds pretty similar. How does anyone have any feelings one way or another towards police officers? Like, do you think they're the best person ever, heroes, or super negative feelings? Do you generally feel like officers are trustworthy when it comes to giving evidence in court? Does anyone have any family members that are police officers or in law enforcement? That's a no from everyone. Has anyone ever had any experience in court before, in a court case?
Let's say. It was, I was in court for my brother's adoption.
Can you speak up, please?
Court for my brother's adoption, and then I was a little too young to fully remember the second, the first case court, but I remember bits and pieces when I was the victim.
Was that a criminal matter?
That's needed in the gym, so.
How old were you when you did?
It was like 4, 5.
Okay. Thanks. And anyone else, any civil or criminal cases?
I have a lawsuit, but I haven't even this up.
Is it lawsuit?
Yeah, it's a car accident.
Has anyone ever served as a juror before? I think we got it covered. Thank you so much.
Mr. Bay, did you want to ask any questions of the jurors?
How you guys doing? Okay, so you guys got to deal with this today, but I will get through this quickly. I'm sure you guys are familiar with criminal, like anything that has to do with officers arresting people or people disobeying the law and not, following written by the law. So all I would say is just answer, judge it truthfully, answer honestly, I guess. I'm just gonna keep it short and sweet, nothing long and serious, anything like that. Now, anyone of you have a criminal background or know anything about the law, just basics?
You're just asking if anybody like criminally, like if they work in the criminal, you mean?
Yes, work in the criminal
That's a good question. Anyone work in law enforcement or have a criminal background? I do have their criminal, I'm sorry, their employment histories here. So I don't think anyone there is legally trained.
Is it okay to ask them about the court discovery to be reviewed? Like,
They can only review what evidence is brought forth if they are on the jury, so they wouldn't have any information about that right now.
Well, other than that, just that's it. Just answer out honestly. We should get this.
Any challenges for cause?
No, Your Honor.
And then Mr. Bay, do you have any challenges for cause? So that would mean that you think that there's a legal basis for me to remove any one of the people in the seat. And the next question I'm gonna ask you about, and I'm telling you about it now so you can have an opportunity to consider it, is a preemptory challenge. That you don't have to give me any reason why. It could just be a gut feeling. I don't want this juror there because I don't like their hair color, whatever it is. So you have the right to remove jury members for that purpose. So I'm gonna ask you that after I ask this prosecutor, okay? Any preemptory?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Would you like to preempt anyone? So you are satisfied with this jury? And the people are satisfied with this jury?
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay, before I can move forward. And typically I would have a counsel approach, but I don't have that pleasure at this point. The defendant has a right to a jury of his peers. There are no members of his peer group, meaning no Blacks and no males on this jury. He would have to waive his right to that jury. Is that, are you still comfortable? I'm now recognizing that you had a right to a jury of your peers. Are you still comfortable? You can be comfortable still. I just have to advise you of that right.
Yeah, I'd like to, I don't want to.
Like, I just want to be clear, if you can turn around and look at the pool, we don't have any Black males in the pool, period. So that was the first thing I noticed when we walked in. I said, oh, we might have a problem. There was, for some reason, none pool. We do appear to have a Black woman, but her name was not brought here. You don't have to not accept this jury. You may be completely comfortable with letting them decide. Just because they're not Black males does not mean that they can't be fair and impartial jurors, which is what their jobs are. And now understanding that may have prompted more questions of you that you might want to ask them. And I'll give you an opportunity to ask jurors more questions at this time if you'd like. You want to waive your right to and keep this jury?
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot longer.
Yeah, we couldn't do a jury trial today if you didn't want to move forward, if you wanted to try to get a pool of Black males or with included Black males, that is.
Yeah.
So you're gonna waive that right.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. I just want to make sure that was placed on the record. And everybody in the jury understands that their job is to be fair and impartial, correct? There's jury instructions about bias and biases, because sometimes we have biases that we know about, and then sometimes we have biases that we don't know about. And so we're going to give an instruction later on about how we get around that and to caution them to get around that. But outside of that, I don't think that we have anything else that we need to deal with except for the next set of instructions. But for those of you all who did not get an opportunity to serve on this jury panel, I thank you for coming out. I'm going to release you into the hands of the court officer so that you can get some additional information in your payment for today. You do, I think, have to report for tomorrow to make sure that there's no jury trials for tomorrow. But your service today is all set. Thank you. All rise for the jury. Okay, you can be seated, and we're going to now do some procedural instructions. I'll tell you how this will run, and then after the procedural instructions, I'm going to release you for a brief recess, lunch break, whatever you want to call it, for about 30 minutes. And then we'll come back and they'll do opening statements and proceed with their proof. So if you want to turn your attention back to the screen. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been chosen to decide a criminal case. It should say City of Lansing, that's the state of Michigan, by one of your against one of your fellow citizens. I will now ask you to stand and swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. So please stand and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm in the action now before the court that you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, and that unless you are discharged by the court from further deliberation, you will render a true verdict, and that you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced in accordance with the instruction of the court? If you do so, you say, I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. You will get a written copy of the instructions that I'm going to read to you, but you won't get them until the time comes for you to deliberate. Since no one can predict the course of a trial, these instructions may change at the end of trial. At the close of trial, I will provide you with a copy of my final instruction for you to use during your deliberations. Now I will explain some of the legal principles you will need to know and what procedure we will follow in this trial. But first, let's go over the elements. Again, the defendant has two pending charges. One is obstruction of official business. The defendant is charged with the crime of obstructing official business. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant hindered, opposed, obstructed, or resisted Mark Fox or Tyrese McClinton. Obstruct includes the use or threatened use of physical interference or force, or a knowing failure to comply with a lawful command. The defendant must have actually resisted by what he said or did, but physical violence is not necessary. Second, that the defendant knew or had reason to know that Mark Fox or Tyrese McClinton were police officers performing their duties at the time. Third, that Mark Fox or Tyrese McClinton were performing their duties as police officers of the Lansing Police Department. The defendant is also charged with the crime of furnishing false information. To prove this, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Mark Fox or Tyrese McClinton was a peace officer who was conducting an investigation of a violation of state or local law or ordinance. Second, that Mark Fox or Tyrese McClinton informed the defendant that he was conducting an investigation. Third, that the defendant provided false information regarding that investigation to Mark Fox or Tyrese McClinton in a statement that the defendant knew was false or misleading. Fourth, that the defendant acted knowingly and willfully. That is, the defendant provided the false information voluntarily and intentionally with the intent to deceive, and not because of a mistake or some other innocent reason. It is not a defense to the charge that the officer was able to obtain the information from another source or by different means if you determine beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to provide false information. The prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on or about May 22nd, 2024 within the city of Lansing, Ingham County. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where he gives his theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer, or the defendant in this case, does not have to make an opening statement, but he may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes his, or the defendant can wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor will present their evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant has the right to question or cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented his or her evidence, the defendant may also offer evidence but does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove his innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, the prosecutor then has the right to cross-examine or question them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant will make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, these are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence in the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of this case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide the case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on a witness's race, national origin or ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness have or seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers or the defendant ask the witnesses are not evidence, only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks a question that assumes or suggests that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my own opinion about the case. If I ask the question, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. During the trial, you may think of an important question that would help you understand the facts in this case. You are allowed to ask such questions. You should wait to ask questions until after the witness has finished testifying and both sides have finished their questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it yourself. Raise your hand, you'll write the question down and pass it to the court officer who will give it to me. Do not show any of the other jurors your question. If your question is not asked, it is because I determined under the law that the question should not be asked. Do not speculate about why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions or inferences about the facts of the case, nor should you speculate about what the answer might have been. Also, in considering the evidence, you should not give greater weight to testimony merely because it was given in answer to questions submitted by members of the jury. If you cannot hear something that is said or presented, or if you cannot see a witness or evidence, please raise your hand immediately. During the trial, the lawyers may object, or the defendant may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyer or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of the case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you are in a jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Please pay no attention to those interruptions. You must not discuss this case with anyone, including your family and friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all the jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals even if it has nothing to do with this case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop, explain that you are a juror and you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave, report the incident to my court officer as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. During the trial, do not read, listen to, watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth and lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. The restrictions I am about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence you consider must meet certain standards. Again, for example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now and continue until I discharge you from jury service. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, the radio, internet, or social media platforms. You must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This includes research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, and magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, cellular phone, computers, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you may have of the scene. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you are not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, please report it to my court staff. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but you, of course, do not have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention to all the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide the case, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. You can see I've chosen a jury of 7. After you have heard all of the evidence and the final instructions, we will draw names to remove one of you to form a jury of 6. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. If you decide the defendant is guilty, it is the duty of the judge to fix a penalty within the limits provided by law. I may give you more instructions during the trial. After all the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer and the defendant's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I will give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means that every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not to make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives than yours. You will now be given a sticker that identifies you as a juror. When you come back, there will be a pen and notepad there for the purposes of you taking notes during the trial. We will begin with opening statements. I'm going to give you about 45, 50 minutes because it's about a quarter till. I want you to be back here by 1:30 so that we can begin. And that will give us time to handle another matter and proceed with this case. It should be pretty quick. The jury room back here is locked and only jurors are allowed into that room. So if you want to leave things in there, or if you want to pick up a sandwich or something and go back in there and have it, that space is available only to you. There is a restroom in there for your use. Be careful again to not speak to anyone because you don't know who is connected to this case. And if anyone is speaking about the case in your presence, please tell them to stop and report it when you return. All rise for the jury. You may be excused. He can be brought down, I think, and well, what do we need from downstairs? Oh, Lopez. We'll have you radio David to bring Lopez up, unless you want to bring him. Lopez. I think it's a she. Yeah, we can bring him down and bring Lopez up.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, you can't take anything back in the gym.
Yep, it'll sit right there.
I can
City of Lansing versus, is it Mariate?
Marita.
Oh, Marita Lopez, 2/5L2975871. Appearance, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick Wood on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Assistant Public Defender Jessica Straub on behalf of Ms. Rita Lopez, who's standing to my right.
Okay, Ms. Lopez has an open intox passenger. How are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. The city has offered to amend the charge to a breach of the peace, and it's my understanding that the defendant will be accepting responsibility. But I'll-
That is correct, Your Honor.
To bond now. Supposed to bond.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it your name? Mhm, I see it. How long are you in custody for?
I just think for like a day, maybe.
No, I mean, right now, but you're in custody for something else.
Oh, I'm in Eat County, because it was for resistant obstructing, was upside down to resistant obstructing.
I'm just wondering how long.
Oh, it was 30 days.
Okay, and your address is gonna be 924 to Darnell Ave?
No, it's changed.
What's their address?
It's 3232 Bardaville, Bardivale, I think, Drive, apartment 5 in Lansing, Michigan, 48906.
48906?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if that's how you spell Bardaville. So I'm asking, I'm gonna apply the bond and the balance is gonna go back to that address.
Okay.
I think it's part. Bardavale. Barterville. Okay, so 3232 Barterville Drive, apartment 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your fine is $75. We'll apply the bond and the balance. It will go to that address. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the city?
Nothing from the bench, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In a little bit.